All right, it must be Sunday night. Here we go. What's going on, everybody? Figure it'll just be kind of a chill stream tonight. Everybody all amped up. Hopefully we can get in a decent palate cleanser. This microphone. Eventually I got to get like the Joe Rogan swing arm for this fucking thing. Damn, you can hear everything as I bump around. Huh. Hopefully this dog goes and lays down. He's been active today. Fire up my chats and everything else in the background. Get everything ready. Make sure this is, yeah, I want that as live so all messages are available. That shit drives me nuts. People talking to me and I can't see anything. I don't even know what's going on in this world other than the bullshit everybody seems to be wrapped up in. Everybody's worried. And it's all coming to a head very soon. My big thing is do not panic. Good, bad, or indifferent, everything will be all right. Clear everything out my chat function. Switch over. Let's take a look at what we are going to work on tonight. What's up, Paul? How are you, man? And Paul, would it be advisable to just call you Rogue? Or should I give you a different name? Either or is fine. What's going on, Mr. Rogue? You missed it Thursday. Dark Skull actually tuned in and was watching. Like you could have had a whole conversation with him. It was like, I mean, it got late last time. It was like probably like 2:30 in the morning, and I'm still painting or whatever, finishing up. I did Chimera, and I'm painting it out. And Dark had come in probably about, I don't know, like 10 o'clock on the stream and actually said something to me, and I'm like, really? I'm like, because I know Dark's real name. I've known Dark's real name for a long time now, and out of nowhere, Dark Skull just like, I see his name in the chat. I'm like, He's like, hey, can you print a mini of a left-sided shotgun brig? Oh, dude, yeah, I can imagine them tearing out the ductwork in that house. Like I said, rerunning the wiring. My best advice to you is you ask Twisted, because if anybody can figure out a cheaper breakdown and a way to get everything through and all that stuff, he can advise you the best. I know I've had to fix the toilet in my house. I had a plumbing problem one time where the PVC that was coming out of the wall and feeding directly into the water line in one of the toilets broke. Water pouring everywhere and everything else. And I immediately got a hold of Twisted. I figured I had to shut off my water real fast because I'm on well water or what have you. So I had to go shut off the well pump and everything, cut the line, the water feed, basically figured out how to get it to the drain into the toilet So this way it was like, okay, I don't have a super huge mess, but then had to go out and repair the pipe. And I've never done anything like that before, especially something that's got to be under pressure like that. And I called Twisted, and he's like, "Oh yeah, bud, you can do that, no problem. It's very easy. All you make sure you get the purple shit for the PVC, and this is what you're gonna need." And just kind of walked me through it, and I was able to fix the toilet. And I think like pretty much when I got home, probably about half hour it took me, and it was not anywhere near as difficult as you would think it would be. Yeah, I know. With Dark Skull, it shocked the hell out of me because I I was like, how did you even get the notification for this? Because it's not like I'm dropping it. Like, there's two Discords. I've got a Discord for this setup. Matter of fact, I give you the link to it. I don't even know if you use Discord anymore. Let me take a look. Go grab the grabbing the link for Discord for you right now. Um, Matter of fact, I sent Dark Skull a direct invite to my Discord so he can see it. Paste and send. But that right there is the link for the Discord. Oh shit. So the well has standing water in it. Eh. Yeah, you're going to need to test to see if that's good. Because if it's not, I don't know how you're going to treat it and get rid of it. I feel bad for you because I know what it's like when you first buy the house and everything else. Like I got fortunate because I bought a more modern house. I really had barely any problems. The only thing they kind of screwed me over on was anything we told them just leave everything that's in the house because you never know. You might find like some kind of collector's item. But one of the other things was it was supposed to come with all the appliances. And what ended up happening with the appliances was they took the washer and dryer, which were a very nice washer and dryer, and then they had to, because it's, they told us it came with it. They gave us like these cheap, shitty ones that are like $100, $200 ones. The dryer ended up breaking, and my wife legit was just like, you know what? We live down here, there's sunshine and everything else. I'm hanging up a clothesline. So until we get the new dryer. Well, from hanging the clothes outside, the colors actually stayed better and they smelled nicer and everything else. She's just like, I don't even want to replace the dryer. So we lost the dryer and never replaced it. Oh, Jesus. You just got like a fucking PVC pipe in the ground where your well water is. Not good. And since you're down, you're below the Bible Belt. That's snakes, gators, everything else. You never know what the hell if it's not just full of standing water. You never know what's down there. I mean, you can always hook up like a mini pump to it and just make outside line. I know somebody who did that once for their horses and shit. So their horses got watered, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I know you haven't been here, but here's one of the 3D models I've done. Um, I got to paint him tonight. This is the Tengu. So this one's going to be kind of interesting. Japanese folklore yokai. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. You could set it up and just have it like irrigation right there for a garden or maybe a small crop of something, water the trees, what have you. Yeah, that's just it. So I'm kind of waiting for more people to get in before I start painting. There'd probably be like two or three more that are going to hop in here. Um, but everybody is all torn up over the election and what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. And I've been debating it. I might actually stream on Tuesday while everybody else is streaming the election and just do like, even if I stream for a little bit, just do like an unboxing of my new 3D printer because it's still sitting there in the box. I still haven't taken it out and set it up, but do it as a palate cleanser to everything with election day because people are fucking losing their shit over it. Like, I mean, I get it. The election's going to be a consequential election, if I can actually talk. And everybody's like worried that if the other side wins, it's going to be like a civil war and all this other garbage. And it's like, man, it's just going to be another day. People are going to have to get up. You're just going to have to get up, go to work, just like you would on any other day. Under the front door of the house and going under the house. Um, so what you could do, right, for something like that, you go and you get like a big ass PVC pipe because PVC is pretty cheap, and you can drill holes in the top of it, dig up the ground, and then angle it so it's at a certain degree. I don't know what the degree would have to be for the water to run off or the angle of your front door of your house, but then bury it under the dirt and have it coming out kind of like an exhaust pipe. You know what I mean? Like a drain pipe. And yeah, you're not the only one who's the problem is it's not even going to be a week. Like Pennsylvania's already come out and said we're not going to be done our vote counting until like Friday. Thursday, Friday. So they might have an early indicator of how everything's going to play out as far as the election goes. But reality of the situation is they have no fucking clue. They don't. We're not going to know who actually won that shit until like I'm going to say earliest probably around Thanksgiving. Let me say, nah, probably like the 20th. But worst case, it'll be like last time. We didn't know who won until December. So I think a lot of the panic and everything else is just you're just working yourself up. Don't let the news work you up. They just want your clicks. They just want your views. A lot of the political pundits and a lot of the people that are commenting on it and everything else, that's all they do is politics. Well, this is their bread and butter. They're getting the money from the campaigns to run advertisements one way or the other. They're even if it's counter to what they have on. So like you have something like say it's like the Daily Wire, right? And like the YouTube stream ad before it'll be a Kamala Harris ad. It's to counter them talking or what have you, but they're just getting the money from it. Like they're just taking your goddamn money. That's all it's about. Is just money. And I think that's part of it. Getting the money out of politics would fix so much because rarely anybody would want to do it, and you'd actually get the people that really believe in changing or fundamentally helping the system or what have you. But yeah, I don't envy you because I know you're working your ass off for one, and then coming home and having to work on the house, like the new house. But the cool thing is, at least you got a fucking house. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. Real life is too busy to add on to the stress and nonsense of what's going on the politics. I mean, because you've played games with me and such for a while now, and I've always got if you remember, like Twisted always be like, "You're listening to the goddamn news again in the background. That's why you're not on the mic, isn't it?" Be like, "Yep," because I always have something running in the background while I'm playing games or doing something else. Hell, that's part of the reason why even set up a stream for painting. Like it's definitely a chunk of the reason. The main reason was to show that any asshole can do it, no matter how untalented they are. They can figure this out and do it cheaply as a side hobby. Um, and also to give people a place to kind of come chill. But, it's like I paint more often if I'm sitting there bullshitting at the same time because I'm not focused on either one. God damn, you got 2.61 acres? That's pretty fucking, for what you paid for it, that was actually a very good deal then. Um, I don't know how far out in the woods it was. Like even if you had to tear the house down to beams or just foundation and rebuild it, you got it. That's not a bad deal for what you paid in this day and age. Like especially now with the mortgage rates what they are and everything else. That's actually a pretty good thing. And the best part about having your own house is it's your shit. You know what I mean? When you're renting, then it's somebody else's shit and it's one of those plus minus things. Do the benefits outweigh the disadvantages? And it's like when you don't own it and somebody else does, okay, so they've got to come in, they've got to do the maintenance, they've got to do this. At the other point in time, you don't own it. So if you ever fall into like heavy debt or whatever, you can always use your equity in your house, like what you've already paid into, to kind of bail your ass out of it, and it's your shit. Wow, really? It's all hardwood? Well, you hunt and stuff like that. You can probably get the deer in that yard and you're eating good for a month, especially if you get the right size deer. You already have? Yeah, I mean, I think I've told you this because my backyard's basically wildlife sanctuary or what have you. Like we got it actually approved, got the sign for it, the whole 9 yards. And that was one of the things is every year the deer come back and they bring their offspring with them every year and we feed them and we keep that constant. And I don't hunt, but in the event that something tragic did happen, something very bad in this world happened and I had to hunt again, then the deer are right there. Like we've got them in spades where we can just like pick them off whenever. Yeah, you know what? My keyboard was acting funky too. Are you on your phone or you? I don't think you have a PC, do you? And if you're the only one in the house, if you're going to shoot out the window, at least you're not scaring the shit out of anybody. And if your neighbors are, like decent neighbors like mine, they don't give a crap. I hear people shooting out back all the time, even if they're just target practicing. Most of the people in this area have targets set up. You'll hear shotguns, rifles, pistols, whatever. Just hear plow 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 plow. It kind of sucks because I don't. If I'm going to shoot my gun, I'll go to a range. But So here's the thing. You want to get a gaming laptop, right? Are you getting the gaming laptop just for games or are you doing other things with it? Because I'll tell you now, the only game I play as far as the PC goes is really World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, Frogzilla, who's normally on by now, he's played it as long as I've known him, and I went to go play it. And I'll be quite honest with you, World of Warcraft is boring as shit. It's too easy. It's an easy mode, but the World of Warcraft Classic, that's a different animal. I'm actually really enjoying that because it's challenging. Can't just run in willy nilly and kill everything around me in like 2 seconds. Like if I run into a mob of critters on me, I'm done. Like they'll just overwhelm me and just wreck me. Roll 20 for D&D. See, like, all right, that's what I'm saying is if you've got a camera or what have you, you can just roll dice on a piece of paper. Or if you're playing with people that actually trust each other, then you can just do it that way. I've actually thought about just doing a stream one time and doing an online D&D campaign for a couple of guys. Like maybe you, Smurf, my pal Bubba, get everybody in, like pick a day, and then we just campaign and do D&D live with everybody watching or what have you. For the map use. I mean, if you do it right, like because like I'm gonna might as well pop this up, but this is the picture I'm gonna use to paint tonight. Like I can literally so if I'm DMing, I could literally do a map and just do that with it, and then you can see it. So I could have the map in the corner or what have you, or send it off to everybody on their phone or whatnot. So if you really want to lay out of the world and what it looks like as far as what you know, and you're adventuring in it. But then again, I also play so the problem with D&D is I play first and second edition rules kind of mixed together, and I can't play the newer rules like 5e and all that stuff because it's just you're a superhero in D&D and like you're level 1 and the player has to come up with their backstory. So you're like, I'm a dwarf from, such and such land and I took out 10 dragons and then I became the king and then I was thrown out of my kingdom and then I came back and seized it back and everything else and I'm here to just go on adventures with my fellow adventurers or whatever. Like I Kamala Harris that right there at the end, but you know what I mean. And it's like, dude, you're level 1. You've experienced nothing in this world or life yet. Like that's kind of the point to a level 1 character. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, so I upgraded my PC 4 months ago, 5 months ago, because my old PC is archaic. I had that thing for 12 years, 13 years, I'm going to say, before that. And my PC was just archaic. So I ended up getting a laptop. Like I had a choice between a desktop and a laptop. And I was like, what I use my PC the most for is 3D modeling, stuff like this. Games are kind of secondary. If I want to play games, I got an Xbox. And then I found that you can stream games from your Xbox to the PC. So you can just play them, like cloud game them and stuff like that ever since I've gotten my better internet. So I kind of just went that route with it. And yeah, I got to say, like, I upgraded the memory, I think, the other day. I took it up to the max the motherboard could handle, which was only 32 gigabit or gigabytes of RAM, like of DDR5 fast RAM or what have you. But it's got a pretty damn good video card in it, everything else. And I figure if I got to travel or whatever, I can always just take my laptop with me versus a desktop. The desktop setups for the same thing were more, I'm going to say like probably about $500 more expensive if I wanted to go that route with it for a desktop instead. But I just dock my laptop, have it running out to the two monitors. I can stream, I can do 3D modeling, can do video work on it if I need to. It's very nice. Well, so the whole thing is the role play aspect of D&D. If it's a good campaign, you'll get into it naturally. You'll build out your character naturally. If you like the way you developed your character, you'll play them naturally, you know? If the DM's a good DM and it's a campaign that they came up with on their own, then you'll inject scenarios in there that people have to think about, enjoy, and can picture the world in their head, picture their character in that world and everything else. There's pre-made campaigns, which I know a lot of people play, and I know people that play with minis and all that stuff. Like if I want to do D&D minis, I can. But yeah, yeah, I wouldn't, dude, getting a desktop, it's expensive. Even a gaming laptop is pretty damn expensive, and there's some stuff you need, some stuff you can kind of cut back on and get away with. I'm going to be honest with you. And then like so the internal on my laptop is only a 1 terabyte SSD drive, right? But I have a backup drive that's an 8 gig backup drive. And then I have another 4 or 8 gig, 8 terabyte drive, and then I have a 4 terabyte drive. The 4 terabyte drive cost me $90, I want to say, for a self-powered drive. So cheap as shit. But yeah, I as far as like D&D goes, like it's really up to the people in the world to create that shit. Like the person DMing should be giving you your backstory, and most times you should start off as either somebody who was a farm kid, lived in the city his whole life. Like if you're a thief, oh well, you grew up poor, you grew up on the back streets, you learned the hustle and all that stuff, and you really have no experience with life. And you have to take them from kind of that teenage stage to an adult stage fast. I mean, you could come from a great line of warriors or something like this and say it's like, oh well, your ancestors are dwarven warriors. Okay, well, you know the dwarven culture, everything else, but at the same point in time, you've got to start your journey and your experience somewhere. So that's what a level one character should always be. It shouldn't be like you have this amazing backstory of I fought dragons and killed demon lords and everything else. It doesn't work that way. It's never started off that way ever in any story you've ever read. Like the best way I've ever broken shit down to anybody about when they're first starting to DM, because I had it broken down to me like this when my pal Bubba and Rich, both of them were really good DMs, and they broke it down to me as in think Star Wars, right? Did Skywalker start off as a Jedi Knight out there, like had already blown up the Death Star, had already like taken everybody down, you know, and then went and fought Darth Vader and then got his hand cut off, and that's where you're starting your story? Or does it start off with a guy who's a farm boy who thinks he's destined for better things? Yeah, and but are you playing fifth edition? Are you playing second edition, first edition? What edition of D&D are you playing? Third edition or 3.5, 4? Which version? Because I'll tell you what, leveling up is different. Stuff that you have on your character is different. The powers and stuff, your weapons, everything. Like nowadays they tried to make your characters in a Dungeons and Dragons setting, really more like you know, akin to a superhero or like a video game, basically. That's the best way of putting it, like a Dark Souls game, or and it just to me it doesn't land. Like, yeah, 5e. 5e, that makes sense. I think I sent you all the books for 2, didn't I? Like digital books or what have you. If not, I can always I've got the files for them. I can send those PDFs over. But yeah, like when you so I know in 5e, it's like your character has some kind of superpower they can use once per day or once per combat or something like this. So it'll be like, if you're a barbarian, you get earthquake strike or some shit, and you can smack the ground and cause an earthquake. Like, what? What? At level 1? Like, no, that's not how any of this shit works. You should build up from a like a weakling, nobody, farm boy, like I said, kind of deal to I'm a badass. And then once you get into those upper levels, it's like you're a damn near unstoppable monster. Where hell, just think of any isekai that you've ever seen or any anime that you've ever seen. Um, Take Attack on Titan because I know you've watched that one. For example, did Aaron Yeager just start off being able to fly around the city no problem on his omnidirectionals, or did it take time for him to learn how to use them, train, and get good? Accidental death and dismemberment. What's going on, Devin? How are you? How's everything going tonight? It's a quiet one in here. I was telling Paul here, which is funny. He put his name as Paul because I would have called him Paul anyway. But I'm thinking on election night, I might stream a little bit as a palate cleanser, and I'll do an unboxing of my new 3D printer and go over it and everything else. So this way, anybody who's sick of the election bullshit can just switch over and, what I mean, give yourself a palate cleanser, but give everybody that break from the foolishness of everything that's we're going to get hit with. I mean, one of the things I planned on talking about tonight was there was something that really bothered me last night. I noticed with the chat and the coverage and everything else on ABL's stream, and that was there seemed to be, and I'm not saying like you, Devin. I'm not saying Sheree. I'm not saying Mister. You guys were exempt from it. Everybody was just kind of being their normal selves. But a lot of the other people, there was a shit ton of hubris, and that was worrying to me. Yeah, I do try to stick to it. I mean, I'm going to tell you now, right? And I was telling Paul this before you got on. When it comes to the election, nobody's going to know shit until I'm going to say like November 20th, maybe December 5th, unless it's just a one-sided blowout one way or the other. Like they immediately like, oh, no votes are counted, but we're going to declare this state for this person. Like you can do that in certain states, but when it comes to the swing states and stuff, that shit's going to be painful to watch. And the big one that everybody needs is Pennsylvania. So when you're watching that one, they've already said they're not going to be done till Friday. Like they're counting. So that's going to be ugly. I definitely got a kick out of the fact that ABL last night was like, yeah, I'm going to live stream for as long as it takes. And it's like, motherfucker, you can't make it past midnight. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you're not going to stream for 4 days. But I'm pretty sure, people are going to get frustrated. People are going to get angsty, anxiety ridden. And it's kind of what I've told you before, Devin. It's all going to be okay. No matter how this ends, it'll all be all right. Everybody's just going to have to get up and go to work the next day. It's it's not going to be, the end of the world. No matter who wins, it won't be the end of our democracy and all this fucking hyperbolic shit. News is basically just getting everybody worked up for those clicks and those views. And political commentators do it so they get more clicks and views, especially in this type of year, and that ad revenue. Yeah, I don't know. I find that what are you really going to do? Sit there and talk about shit that like I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see it being that fun. I don't see people laughing and joking and having a good time with it unless their side's winning. And then, people are going to be kind of happy about it and everything else, but if your side's losing, it's kind of like watching a team go to the Super Bowl and blow the big game. Like, yes, I agree with you 110%, Paul. I don't live in an area where I have to deal with urban weirdos and people all like fighting and all this kind of shit. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. Everybody just kind of minds their business. So it won't be any craziness like riots in the street or anything like super insane. But I figured I'd do something fun on the side, even if I just stream for 15, 20 minutes, break down, like bust out the printer and show it off and all that kind of stuff and brag about it for a minute because I'm braggadocious like that. And, people want to tune in can tune in. If they don't, they don't. I'm fine with it either way. I mean, we all hope it'll be a blowout and just over with. I think that's part of the reason why everybody started cast their ballot early this time out, to be honest with you. I think the early voting thing, otherwise everybody would be going election day like I'm going to cast my vote. I think everybody wouldn't be taking this so much to heart. But the way I was even watching news coverage today that was just like, this could be the final election of our lifetime and shit like this. And it's like, Jesus Christ, calm down, people. He said that in 2016, 2020. It's 2024. 8 years later, you're still saying the same shit. Stop hyping it up. And you keep going over the top and more over the top, more over the top. I'm just waiting for, the next candidate that runs. The only thing worse than Hitler would be the Antichrist. So expect that. This man is gone beyond Trump. He's gone beyond Hitler. He's now the Antichrist. Like what? Just I am I am the Antichrist. You will vote for me. Ha 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 ha. Just crazy shit like that. Yeah, I agree with that too, Devin. And you shouldn't be getting called from pollsters either. Once you voted, it's over. The election's done for you. You've already voted for whatever person you're going to vote for. Any decent games to dive into? So, the only one that I've really seen on Xbox that I started hammering out on was playing zombie modes on Call of Duty 6, and that's free with Game Pass. And the zombie mode, it's all right. It's not spectacular. Not my favorite of the Call of Duty zombies, but it's not terrible. Definitely not terrible. Um, I don't play multiplayer on it or any of that other stuff. Damn, you're almost done with BG3. That's insane. So let's switch gears a little bit. Oh, Paul, I don't know what animes you've been watching, but I finally, I think you had told me about this before. My buddy Frogzilla told me. I finally caught up all of Black Clover. Watched all of it. I watched all of Doctor Stone, so I'm current on that too. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's so the whole thing with COD is that the zombie modes is what's fun. Like hammering out the zombies or what have you, in my opinion. But yeah, I played since the first Call of Duty on 360, so it's like too much. PlayStation 2, like all that stuff. I've played Call of Duty for a long time, so that's why I don't get into the multiplayer all that much. You and David both got into ReZero. I never got into it. Um, there's a couple of them like Shangri-La Frontier, the second season. Apparently I didn't even realize it started airing. That came out. Um, there's another one that came out. It's on Netflix as well as Crunchyroll, and it's called Dan to Dan. So Dan to Dan, Dan to Dan, Dan to Dan, like a heartbeat. And that one's actually a lot of fun. So let's get into what a Tengu is. Tengu, in Japanese folklore, type of mischievous supernatural being, sometimes considered the reincarnated spirit of one who is proud and arrogant in life. So basically, this little guy is like me when I die. Okay, got it. Tengu are renowned swordsmen and are said to have taught the military arts to the Minamoto hero Yoshitsune. They lived in trees and mountainous areas. A group of Tengu is headed by a chief who is depicted with a prominent nose, angry and threatening expression, dressed in red robes and carrying a feather fan. Okay, so we now know, besides his little chicken feet and everything else, these robes are all going to be red. He is served by a group of retainers called Topo Tengu, Leaflet Tengu, who act as messengers. In popular art, they are shown as smaller winged creatures with long red noses or beak like mouths. Oh, it's pretty easy. Uh, most of the surviving Japanese myths are recorded in the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki. These works tell of the origin of the ruling class and were apparently aimed at strengthening its authority. Good lord, that started going into genealogy and breakdown and shit. I don't need to go on all that. But basically, he's just an overly proud samurai spirit. Oh, solo leveling. Yeah, didn't that end with him taking over the soul of a knight or something like that, or capturing the soul of the one knight? And he's just kind of in the dungeon, and that shit ended. Um, Dan to Dan though cracks me up. The last episode I watched was called like "Where Are Your Balls At?" because the Turbo Granny, like he thought the Turbo Granny stole his nuts, and she did, but she left them somewhere. And anybody who's watching this who's never seen Dan to Dan probably thinks I'm nuts with what I'm saying, but he encounters this ghost that possesses him. And the whole time the ghost is chasing him to possess him, starts yelling, I'm going to eat your dong. I'm going to eat your dong. And like, so when she possesses him, his genitals disappear. And like the end of one of the episodes when they finally get the Turbo Granny kind of out of him, like the the grandmother who's a psychic who was helping him is just like, let me see your peen. And he's like, no, you can't see my junk and everything else. And then the next episode, he's like, so my junk's back, but my balls are missing. Just ridiculous shit. Yeah, I mean, so solo leveling, that was cool. And I'll definitely have to watch the second season when that comes up. One Piece is on hiatus until March or April. They're letting the manga get ahead of it because they almost caught up to the manga. My Hero Academia, they got one season left of that. The manga's already finished for it, and they cut it off right in the middle of the final battle, which is crazy because I already know how that shit ends. Art of Fjorda, I think, is the other one that I watch all the time, and that one hasn't come out yet. Like, I'm still waiting on season 3 for that. Black Clover, they're making the same animation studio does Boruto, and until Boruto ends, they're probably not going back to Black Clover. So that ended, and I've already caught up on the manga to see where that went, and it gets crazy. It really does. I couldn't get in. You told me about Demon Slayer. I tried watching it. I got through 5 or 6 episodes and just lost interest. Completely lost interest in it. Um, but yeah, I mean, Japanimation. So let me see. Now I'm looking at this guy. All right, so we know we're going silver into the swords. We'll give it traditional handles, the leather wrap. The robes have to be red. Those are feathers splitting out of the robes. So the wings and the tail feathers are all going to have to be the same color. I'm thinking a white gray mix on those. I think maybe I'll keep it black for the obi. The only problem with this is I'm going to have to distinguish the face out because it should be a red face. So I might not go red in the robes. Might go to a different shading on these robes. So I think it's going to blend together kind of funky. Well, that's because I am crazy, Devin. If you don't believe me, ask Paul. He's known me for a while now. I'm not as crazy as one of our other buddies, but I am kind of crazy. And if I'm crazy, then it's true. It's all because of you, and you wouldn't want me any other way. I think that's how the song goes. Yeah, so let's see. I'm debating on the color scheme on this guy's his obi. You told me not to drive, but I made it home alive. So you said that only proves that I'm insane. I'm not gonna lie at all. Billy Joel to this date is one of my top 5 of all time. You can't like throw Billy Joel at me and expect me to not love his music. He can have a shit take on anything else in this world, but Billy Joel is like his music's unreal. I think that might be the picture I'm going to go with to paint him. So we'll go blue into the obi, we'll go brown on the pants. The other chicken parts to him, like where the legs are sticking out of the pants, that's all going to be red. The face will be red. Um, I mean, we got to paint the hat traditional. Yeah, I saw Billy Joel in concert on his very last tour. And funny enough, you know what Billy Joel's last words to the crowd were? Don't take shit from anybody. 5 or 6 years. Has it been that long since Atlas was dead? Dead? Maybe 5 or 6 years since we sailed together. Oh, Paul, here's one for you. I know Devin was tuned in for this live stream, but I went through the whole entire vein and his tranny wife or husband or whatever the fuck saga. I explained that whole thing. Yeah, it's been a while since we sailed together. We played other stuff though. Um, all right. Guess first thing to do, the most painful thing to do. Let's get the grays going for the wings. Give them some dirty pigeon wings. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, come on now. You can't sit on a story where a guy leaves his wife and everything else, starts dating a tranny that changes their name from Daniel to Danielle, and then the tranny takes his dogs, breaks up with him, and he says he's never talking to it again. And next thing you know, he's married to it. Like, come on now. That story right there, that is just internet gold because anybody who hears it thinks it's bullshit, but it's a true story. So let's get yeah, I think I'm gonna go light gray and then get dark on top of it. Let's get your wings dirty, buddy. Might actually throw this brush out and get another dupe of it because it is not pushing the paint the way I like. Should have given this damn thing an angel wing and a demon wing. That would have been cool. But I didn't even think to remix the model before I printed it. Oh yeah, well it was an it. Like flat out, Devin. Like if you okay, so there's he, she, and it. That's what I was taught in school when I was a kid. And I'm sorry, as an adult, that's what it is. So if you're not a he. You can't claim to be even if you think you're a she. Like I feel terrible for people that actually have body dysmorphia and really think they're trapped in their a different body or what have you. But at the end of the day, you're either he, she, or it. So if you don't identify as a he and you change that out, well, then you're an it because you can't be a she. Like, I don't think there's anything, it should be controversial with that. I've got friends, I've got actually a lot of friends that are lesbian or gay men or what have you. I know one dude whose kid is like, wants to be known as a guy even though she's a girl and he's like buying into it or whatever. But legitimately, just human biology is what it is. I'm sorry. I'll side with science on this one. And you may walk like a duck, but you ain't quacking like a duck. Yeah, see, like when you say they, that implies that that's a plurality. So technically, does that mean that you have two people trapped in the same body? Like what the fuck is that about? Like I don't understand it. And I'm, like I said, feel terrible for people that feel like, they're trapped in the wrong body, but it's just like I think one of the best things I've ever heard it put is if somebody has anorexia, right? You don't tell them that they're fat. Like you don't look at them and say like, "Yeah, well, you're right, you're fat." No, you tell them the truth. Like, look, you're basically a walking skeleton right now, and we need to get you help. And, to each their own if you're an adult and everything else. And that's your lifestyle and that's who you want to be and that's who you choose to be down this road of life. That's fine. That's fine. Hey, look, I can respect it, but don't force your shit on me. You picked the wrong goddamn one because it's not for me to decide who you are. You decide that for yourself. But if I see you one way and you show up, you've got 5 o'clock shadow, you got an apples atom the size of something that would hang in a genetically altered orchard, and you're walking around with a tree trunk and a big old set of nuts hanging, don't expect me to call you a chick. Because, yeah, it ain't going to happen. I don't recognize it. Just not right. You know, I have an easier time, like if you're a lesbian or whatever, and like that's your thing. Okay, that's cool too. Like I don't care. That's not my business who you're sleeping with, as long as it's not children. Yeah, well, I don't know about just the demonics. I mean that's kind of a clever way of putting it. Only the demonic refer to themselves in the plural. But even then, it's more that or the insane. Like flat out, you're just insane. Somebody with mental issues refers to themselves in a plural because they think they have, like my spirit voice tells me to burn things. Like, that's the type of people that refer to themselves in a plural. And that's not a shot at what have you, at like their disorder, but I'm not going to sit here and help somebody hurt themselves or play into a delusion because yeah, at that point you're hurting somebody. You're not helping them. You're not helping them become, well, my best self is as a dude. Okay, so then when that happens, the suicide rate on that person drops, right? Or that sect of people drops. No, it goes through the roof. Why? Because they switched over to the right body. So what are we talking about here? Like, if it was actually helpful, when they just lead good lives and happy lives, but they're not happy because then they want everybody else to recognize the difference in them. And it's like, that's not, I don't go around and tell you, hey, I'm a straight white dude. I want you to recognize me and be happy that I'm a straight white dude. I could give a fuck. like, get the fuck out of here. I don't demand anything from anybody. Hell, I don't even demand people to watch my channel or watch me paint or any of this. Like, you can't force your ideals on anybody else. It's like, oh, well, you have to adhere to my religion. Like, no, I don't. It all comes down to individuality at that point and what your personal beliefs are. I can't force you to be Catholic or Muslim or Jewish or what have you, Hindu. Like, it doesn't work. I can't force you to take a knee. That's it's imposing your will on somebody else's freedoms. And, I'm sure there's plenty of trans people out there that aren't activists too, that just want to lead a life and be left the fuck alone. And to those people, I applaud the shit out of them because it's easier to have that mentality of bend the knee to me and acknowledge me. Doesn't work. Just doesn't fucking work. But, I digress, I guess, as a wise man once said. Um, what's up, Beans? How are you? How's your vacation going? Hopefully it's going well. Hopefully the visit and time with the family's going well. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I've been watching because I'm pretty much like everybody else. I'm a little spent on this whole upcoming election being the end of the world in one way or another. So I've been watching like going back and watching old episodes of Rogan where he's talking to people about UFOs and shit. Um, Watching different interviews and like other shows outside of Rogan, but the podcast kind of format where they're talking to people like David Grush, Stephen Greer, Dr. Stephen Greer. What's that other dude's name? Fucking one of the other supposed whistleblowers for the UFO phenomena. Listening to a lot of Art Bell, not even coast to coast, but Midnight in the Desert, and when he was on Periscope and what have you. Um, and like I, the more I listen, the less I believe. So Beans, well, welcome home. How did you end up watching my Halloween one? Like the episode I did with the ghost about the ghost stories and everything? I gotta apologize to everybody who's watching because I didn't even listen to it back, but I kind of started to lose it when I was talking about the third story, and I feel bad because, I don't know if I lost people on it or, you know, people got upset like or, like were worried about me or anything like this. But I tried my best to not lose it when I was telling the story. And it's upsetting, It's an upsetting story to an extent. It's a hopeful story, but upsetting. But yeah, I did want to apologize to everybody if you were like listening to it and like, oh, well, he started to like almost cry. Well, actually, I did kind of cry. I just didn't bawl, but I did start to cry when I was telling it. So I apologize because I could hear it in my voice, like on the replay a little bit. I didn't watch the full episode, but I did watch that part, and I was like, eh, I hope I didn't make him go like, oh, well, we're never, like Gam's a little bitch, and I ain't here to hear somebody be a little bitch. If I wasn't a little bitch, I would go watch Brian Stelter or Don Lemon. Like, so I kind of felt bad about that one. God damn, that's a lot to get into those wings. Well, you are, but everyone is sometimes. Thanks, Devin. Appreciate you. Fresh popcorn for you. Um, yeah, like I said, I really am. I think Tuesday, that's what I'm going to do. I will do the unboxing of my new 3D printer because I still have yet to set it up. I need to get back to printing. Um, Not that I've run low on models yet, but that time is going to quickly approach. So I need to get some fresh stuff up. And the fact that this one has a 9K printing platform to it means that I should be able to get some super high definition out of it. So if I do stuff like, I don't know, a Henry Cavill Superman bust, I should be able to see every nook and cranny in that damn thing. Like all the meshing on the suit and everything. Should be really cool. Second layer out on this other wing. And then we will go dark. Start getting the dark wash in there. Oh shit, I gotta do his tail feathers too. Got too much of a bright spot in that one place. Justice for Peanut. Dude, I'm telling you what. I've said this ad nauseum now on this channel that if somebody came here to take one of my goddamn pets from me or put them down or whatever, man, it would have been over. Like I would have found that neighbor. They wouldn't have come in my house, took my squirrel. I would have let the squirrel run free and been like, "Go hide, little buddy or whatever." But that neighbor, I would have burned their goddamn house down. I could be in the middle of the city. They could have had the apartment next door to mine. That shit would have been in flames on the news. Like neighbor that called in about squirrel found butchered and his house was obviously it's an arson. He was set on fire. Like I would lose my shit. Oh, and by the way, Paul, um, Matt, that's Paul. Paul is Rogue of the Leaf from season 3 of Atlas, and Matt is Dark Skull. Yeah, way to go, Dark. Get me all fired up and pissed off. Yeah, fuck that, man. Like, that's somebody's pet. Like, how do you come in and take out somebody's pet? Did it have rabies? Like, it's like, how do you justify that shit? And not just that, but didn't they have like 30 rescue animals or something on site? Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. There is no way. No way. It's like my pets are my family. Like they eat better than I do some nights because I'm lazy and don't cook. My wife will be like, "It's choose your own adventure." Well, it looks like I ain't eating tonight, but my pet always eats good. Like what the fuck? How do you go into somebody's house and do that? Like, and I mean the person that was willing to go into the house and do that shit. How is PETA not saying anything? How are they not flipping fucking just out on that whole damn thing? Like, oh, like poor little squirrel. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. Like, okay, if they had fucking rabies, how do you kill a raccoon and a squirrel? Like, you can't do shit like that. Like, well, I mean, I guess apparently you can, but how is it that nobody's up in, like, as far as the people that are supposed to be defending animals? I guess it's okay that, assholes like Dr. Fauci can go and take beagle puppies, cut their vocal cords, and do horrific fucking experiments on them, right? So they don't have to hear them yell. They take out clip their vocal cords because they don't want to hear them crying while they're in so much goddamn pain. Or do experiments on like monkeys where they're hooking electrodes to the sensitive part of the brain that generates pain, like your pain receptors, to see how much pain they take before they die. That shit's okay though, right? Like, get the fuck. Man, let me tell you. Children and animals. Two things I will never tolerate somebody causing pain to. If you're a hunter and you take down deer and eat them, or you're butchering cows and pigs and chickens because that is part of the food process, that's one thing. That's serving a purpose. You're using nature for what it's pretty much intended for. But when you're just doing it like this bullshit, what the fuck? They'd be on the business end of what's done for my outdoor grocery shopping. I like the way you phrased that. Didn't threaten violence. You just you worded that in a very interesting way. But I completely understood what you meant. Yeah, fuck that, dude. That shit's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And like this poor guy's on like I watched it. He was on like fucking TMZ or some shit, right? And he's like crying. And it's like I don't blame him. But at the same point in time, how are you not in jail for whooping the shit out of somebody who tried to come into your house and take your animal from you? Like I'd have been locked up. I've been like, well, I tried everything possible to stop them, but you know, yeah, well, that's just it, right? Hunters go to painstaking levels to make sure that you're not causing an animal pain. I know when I was a kid and we would go hunting and shooting everything in the woods, like we would shoot the woods up. And the rule was you don't just wound something and leave it out there. You know, you do it fast, you do it quick, and you call it a day. You don't you don't torture something. Like it's not fun to torture something like that. Putting if you're going to do it and then you use every part of whatever you took down. We developed that and that's like jerk off kids out there in the woods. Like it's a pair of us asshole kids in the woods, and that was our philosophy on it. That we didn't want to, you know, be inhumane about things. Hey, Sheree, how are you? Dude, they could show up. Cops show up in force at my house. I'm probably it's gonna be like fucking Scarface in this motherfucker. Like, I'm going down, but I'll be goddamn, I'm taking an eyeball or finger or something. Like, somebody's getting hurt. You know, like, oh, we came for your dog. My wife was telling me there was a case down here where the one, I want to say it's Columbia, South Carolina, pit bulls are outlawed. And this dude had a mixed breed dog, and the dog had pit bull in it. And one of his neighbors called the police and let them know. And this dog was like 7, 8 years old, never hurt anybody, pretty much was like friendly dog, everything else, never let out of the house, never walked off the leash. The cops came up and confiscated his dog and euthanized it. And like it was a big, there was all kinds of arguments and a big stink about it. And my first words to my wife were, is that neighbor still alive? Because if somebody called the cops and said my dog or whatever and tried to take, dude, I'm fucking killing you. Like, you know, with kindness. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I'm killing you with kindness. But I'm going to make sure that, like, because I think they gave him a choice. You can either give up the dog or you can sell the property and move out of the county. And I told my wife, I was like, if that was us, I'd be like, okay, so where are we moving to? Because I'm not surrendering my fucking dog. It's my fucking dog. The worst fight I saw around here, I got one guy who breeds pit bulls in the neighborhood. And I hear him out there and like they're going off on each other, like him and this other dude. And he keeps yelling, that's my dog. That's my dog. Right. And there's this kid, and it was his uncle, apparently. And the kid, like, I walked up to him, like, yo, what's this all about? You know, because the one dude's my neighbor. I've met him before. Nice guy. Never had an issue with him. And he's like, yeah, the other guy was familiar with the dog, came into the house and tried to steal the dog. I'm like, yo, you tell your uncle right now, do I need to get the shovel and the lime? Because if that was my dog and you came into my house, tried to take my animal, yeah, I know exactly what I'd be doing. And he's like, I don't know, but my uncle, you know, he ain't one to mess with. I'm like, no, he's not. No, he is not. Oh, not supposed to fall over. Don't you fall over, you little son of a bitch. You sit still. I built a stand for him, but he was, there we go. It's a warp in the cardboard underneath. Yeah, see? Like, grown ass man, like, yes, because anybody that is a hunter or somebody who lives in conjunction with nature, using nature because you need to survive or to supplement your meat supply or something like this is one thing. Senseless violence for senseless violence sake is completely fucked up and wrong, especially when it's something that is weaker than you. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's one of the reasons why I really don't like Donald Trump Jr. I think he's an asshole because he went over to Africa and shot a lion. And it's like, really, dude? Like, I don't know about this, but I'm pretty sure there haven't been a shit ton of lion attacks. You just did it because you wanted to shoot a lion and say, I shot a lion. Like, what kind of fucking scumbaggery is that? You know, it's not like you took that motherfucker down with a hand knife. Like, I went out there, stalked this lion, and took him the fuck out. No, you shot him from like half a mile away with a high-powered rifle. That's you're not tough. You just can aim and pull, and you got a strong finger. That's what that tells me. You didn't do anything manly. It isn't like you wrestled the damn thing down and took it out or whatever. You did it to say that I took down the king of the beasts. It's bullshit. Yeah, absolute bullshit. Stuff like that definitely like Dark's right. You want to stop Gam from crying, start talking about some fucked up shit like that. Cuz yeah, I definitely feel some kind of way. I don't um I don't fuck around when it comes to that kind of thing. It's like abusing kids, like kids smaller than you. I don't like hooking off on a 13-year-old for being a smart mouth, like you don't need to punch him in the mouth. You just like gooseneck him and put him down into like a lock and just put him in a headlock. Just hold them there. Like they're weaker than you. They should be. And if they're not, you got fucking major issues. Not really being a tough guy by smacking somebody who's smaller than you the fuck around. Yeah, see, and that's the right attitude to have, Rogue. Yeah, I mean, it's a rare occasion. Shit, we almost wrecked the car once because we've swerved for a squirrel that's run across the road before. Trying to get the hell. It's like if you got no choice to hit it, like you're gonna wreck. But yeah, I always try to avoid that kind of thing because to me, it's like, damn it, like I feel terrible. At least go back, drag them off to the side of the road or something. If you do, like sometimes it's unavoidable, but yeah, yeah, crazy, crazy, and uh, shit is. I don't know what the hell is going on with this world, but shit has kind of gone wild. Um, Here's one, and I'm not bringing this back to politics or anything, but one that I did hear. I gotta keep my hand out of frame. Start painting with the tip of the brush instead of my hand pushed in there, so you guys can see it better. Um, One of the things I did see is apparently Iran has said they're going full tilt at Israel. That is going to be crazy if they do. Like, I don't think I've seen that shit blow up in that way since Reagan was in office. And I don't even think then it blew up like that, if I remember correct. But if they're really going full tilt in there, we're about to see a lot of fireworks over in the Middle East. Dude. So remember, you're not going to get me with the, like, if it was a big black snake, I'd be upset. A timber rattler, that's a little bit of a different story. Like, fuck that. I I don't do snakes. Like, not my thing. I think they have their place in nature, but yeah, not my thing. So you're not gonna get much sympathy on me from a snake. Unfortunately, especially not one that's venomous like that. Like my stray cats outside have taken down all variety of snake, and then decide to give me a heart attack when I go out to feed them and leave it for me posed for to let me know that they care. Yeah, well, I mean, the whole thing is so this is one of my problems with the stability of the region. We should just get the fuck out of the way and let them do their thing and you know, just stay the fuck out of it at this point. Like let them fight their own battles. Stop trying to go, "Oh, you're doing this, that or the other thing." No, if they want to be assholes with stuff, we can just stay the fuck out of it and like you do your thing, do it fast and get it done. Either way, like I'm not calling for the death of all Jews. I'm not calling for the death of all Muslims or whatever, or Iranians or any of this stuff. What I'm saying is, it's not our war to fight. Um, the only part of it that kind of, well, not even kind of, actually disgusts me is that I know that some hostages that were taken were Americans. And as an American, I would have been like, if I were in charge in any way, shape, or form, I 110% would have been like, look, you're going to give us our civilian back. You're going to give us that hostage or these five hostages back, or else we're going to start knocking the shit out of you. And I bet you we would have gotten those hostages back already. Like, I bet you we would have gotten them back. But like I said, when you got candy asses where it counts, and instead of, ruling by strength and you're ruling through weakness, people will take liberties with you. People will push that advantage that they have on you because they know you're afraid of them. Yep. Snakes keep rats and mice in check. Um, and then cats will do the same thing. But at the same point in time, not all snakes are venomous. Not are all, like evil. I just fucking hate them. But doesn't mean that they don't serve their place in nature. Like lack of snakes means the rat population grows, and then plague grows on those rats or on the lice on those rats, and then we have an outbreak because somebody took out all the snakes. So looking at it all round, I would rather have to move a 4-foot black snake or rat snake out of the front yard than have a rat dig its way into my house somehow and, get the plague. Yeah, it's peace through strength. Exactly. Not just that, but at what point in time was it that America is the world police? That we should be involving ourselves in all this shit. If it affects our citizens, that's one thing. If it's affecting our troops and our military, that's one thing. But if it's not our fight, don't inject yourself into a fight that's not yours. Oh, well, I want to balance the odds. Well, all you've done is make yourself a pariah in the eyes of certain people. And yeah, shit goes wrong real fast. Why is that shit? And there you go, Beans. You asked $1 million question. Why is Iran threatening the US? Why? We just lifted embargoes on them for billions of dollars worth of weaponry and stuff. Is it because they want to flex and show that they're tough? I don't know. I don't know why. I know that there's shit that our military does that I completely disagree with. I know there's shit that they do that I completely agree with. Oh yeah, dude. Well, I don't mind squirrels. Squirrels are cute. But yeah, rodents will fuck up. They'll chew through wires, insulation, everything else. Yeah, we have everybody surrounded with military bases though, Dark. Like that's the thing. Like I get it. I get where we need a military presence in different regions because the region is either destabilized or could serve as a threat. I get surgical strikes. I mean, look at it this way. Did we take out when they finally went after bin Laden instead of, trying to avenge somebody's daddy for almost being killed? When we took out bin Laden, did they send in a surgical team that just took out bin Laden and whatever people were guarding him? Or did we just take out an entire village of people? Like, surgical strikes are the smarter way to go in the nowadays. And like military bases, they've always been a thing because we do have interests all over the world. So like I said, I get it to an extent, but it is what it is. I just want people to stop dying everywhere. Can we do that? How about we work on, you know, getting NASA going again and going to the stars again, or going to the moon, or proving that the Earth is actually not flat to people like Bina? How about we do shit like this? Like we can do better with what we've got. It's just we need to come to a different conclusion. And I think we do. We need to core out our government and get somebody who is even keel with that shit and weighs each human life is more important than what they do now. I do respect people's beliefs, but I also believe this, that American sovereignty. So if you're invading America, eh, that's where you're going to get your ass kicked, you know. But you still need military bases everywhere else because you never know where evil's actually going to fucking pop up. Yeah, but see, like, okay, so Trump killed off ISIS, right? We wiped them out and everything else, but they didn't. There's still ISIS fighters out there. We didn't. You cut the heads off the Hydra, but you didn't kill the body. Like they're still out there. Stuff like that. Like, here you go. Back in World War II, we took out the Nazis, right? Well, then there. Why do we have neo Nazis now? Like we clearly didn't get all of them. You want to know about the flat Earth view? That's a Bina thing. It's a running joke, but it'll be interesting to see because she's laid it out before, and it's actually like interesting the way she argues it. She might drop that out there. That's always a fun subject. Yeah, well, and that's the other part of it. That the sadness of everything is the veterans on the street and seeing what somebody who's been in that hellscape of war, even if they survive, they come back with scars and mental scars. And it's terrible. Like, I don't want to see people having to deal with that stuff anymore. Like, I don't. And it's not just one or two people, it's usually like all of them in one shape or form. Flat Earth facts. So, one of the facts was that water always finds its level, and I can't remember the rest of it. That's like I said, that's a Bean thing. That's a Beans thing, the flat Earth stuff. You know, I always say it's a spinning globe and all that. I'm not sure, but she'll lay out like a whole bunch of factoids, and like it's interesting too. Like you're just like, wow, all right, I can see this argument, that argument. So, okay, the like you said, what was the other one? The Book of Enoch? No, that's legit. That one's legit. They found that shit in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilee, and I can't remember the other book that were omitted from the Bible. Is that what you're talking about? Now, I don't know what the conspiracy theory is with that. Is the conspiracy that, the giants are living up in the caves and they're just going to come back and get us later on or some shit like this? Because the Book of Enoch kind of fills in everything with the Great Flood myth, which honestly isn't a myth. There really was a great flood. Every culture has some story about the flooding of the world. They just have it ratcheted in a different way. Illuminati, I think, is complete bullshit. I think there are some global elites with a lot of money that influence stuff, but legitimately, they're not making choices for the entire world. They can't. So, wait a minute. Tainted genetics, human and demon combined? Well, then that person doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. So, the whole thing with the Book of Enoch is this: what it wasn't demons. I mean, technically, I guess you could say it's demons because an angel or a demon is nothing more than an angel that went corrupt. But in the Book of Enoch, what happened was the angels came down, they found human women so beautiful that they fell in love with them and they started breeding with them. And because they went against God's will, the offspring were basically like mutated mutants, but they were a race of giants and they were called the Nephilim, half human, half angel, and they turned into giants. Supposedly, Goliath from the Bible that David slew with the sling was Nephilim. In order to wipe them out, that's why the flood occurred and was supposed to wipe away all humanity along with it. And they spared Moses. Now, what's more interesting to me is Enoch and the Book of Enoch crosses over with the, oh God, what the fuck are they called? With the Anunnaki myth. Like the two of those things are linked together through that story. The story of like aliens that came down, basically genetically modified Homo sapiens into human beings to serve them and work for them. Yeah, but see, Noah and them were not pure blood, the only pure blood humans. There were other pure blood humans, but they were convinced that because Enoch was, God damn it, father of Methuselah. But basically, the Book of Enoch also kind of is supposed to prove that there's aliens in the Bible. Hmm, untrue. Angels do have sex organs, but supposedly they have both sets. They're androgynous. just because they're always depicted as having a smooth spot there, supposedly they're androgynous, like they're both sexes. I don't know. I don't know. I've when I meet an actual fucking angel, I'll let you know. I'll be like, "Yo, show me your junk so I can just verify something there." Gabriel, Michael, or whichever angel. But yeah, I mean, them procreating with human beings is supposedly what brought about the Nephilim. And the Nephilim were like cruel and evil and shit. It's a cool story. There's a lot of cool stories like that. Got to remember, I'm not the most religious person, so to me, it's just might as well be talking about Zeus and his thunderbolt or Prometheus getting torn apart by buzzards because he gave fire to man, like, or uh, or the slaying of Ymir by Odin and the scattering of his remains created the blood became the water and the what you call it became the mountains. Like to me, it's all just interesting stories. It's the same way the tale of Atlantis is to me. Like I don't think it was an actual continent. I think Mu might have been a continent. Atlantis, not so sure. I think Atlantis was more like a trading post or a city somewhere. Wait, they can procreate or can't procreate? Yeah, the seraphim, those are the ones with like all the eyes that look like they're on a wheel or whatever. Like those creepy looking fucking things. Says they can. So, well, then if they can procreate with a human being, then they had to have some kind of sex organ. That's crazy shit. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know like that fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to slice it. I'm not up on my biblical verses, so I usually tap in Paul whenever I got a question on Bible lore, and that's not that often. Never been like I said, there's cool stories in there, but never been huge on it. Some people that's the way of life and their entire like identity and stuff, which is why I don't shit on it, because everybody's allowed to believe what they want. But we really don't know for sure, right? Well, no, we don't really know for sure. We don't really know for sure. Like, and that it comes down to one word when it comes to all this kind of stuff: faith. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, two or three sets of wings. I think they have like a giant eye, but it's like a wheel. Like it's weird looking. I had found a 3D print once that said biblical angel, and I clicked on it and I was like, what the fuck is that? And had to look it up. But yeah, seraphim. Creepy shit. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Definitely creepy stuff. Well, I mean, what is it? Revelations, where they basically the The scorpion-tailed things that sting you don't kill you, but you just experience excruciating pain. Yeah, it's in Revelations. Like those things are scary as fuck too, because they have like human faces, but they're like locusts, but scorpions or something. I can't remember. Yeah. Well, and that's just it. I can't shit on anybody's faith on anything, in anything. You know what I mean? Like, if you truly believe and you feel that way, who the fuck am I to like tell you that it's not correct? Unless, of course, it's like, the Earth's flat. Then I can, I'll argue all day on that. That's only because I'll argue scientifically that it's already been proven the Earth's round. Theory exists, but yeah, you'd have a better time convincing me that the moon is actually hollow and a base for aliens to refuel that. I could believe that before I'd believe flat Earth. God, God smited me for that one apparently, because he keeps falling the fuck over. Why are you falling over, dude? Chill. What? Where is your imbalance here? It's got to be the thing underneath of it. Fuck it, you're laying down flat. I don't think the sun has a color. I mean, if we look at in photography, the sun's color is like an orange, yellow, a red, like all mixed together in white. But really, it's just exploding gases, so I guess it could emit blues, greens, and every other color of the spectrum. Yeah, like I could believe the sun is white. I could 110% believe that because you're talking about a burning gas, like it's burning gas, a ball of burning gas. But if you look at that shit under a spectrometer, it's all kinds of different colors. I mean, from our perspective, all right, so here, true story. Yeah, exactly. The cherubs, they're fucked up too. They're freaky looking. Okay, yeah. So there you go. There you just hit on it, dark. So this was one of those funny ones I did one time. So when I was in high school, I had this one teacher who, before she we went to go work on whatever assignment she gave us, she would always say to us, any other questions? And I would always raise my hand and I would say, yeah, why is the sky blue? And everybody in the classroom would laugh and she would tell me, like, oh, very funny, blah, 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 blah. And I must have done this for like a year, year and a half, because I had the same teacher. It was a shop teacher, one of my shop teachers, for my accounting side. And one day she threw it back on me. She goes, I have a question for you. I said, what? She goes, why is the sky blue? And all the class started to laugh. And I said, oh, that's simple because our atmosphere reflects the sun's light in a certain frequency. And those frequencies break down into color depending on which way it hits the atmosphere. And the light is bent across the water molecules in the air. And it just so happens to be that the frequency of light for that is a blue. And she threw me out of class and sent me down to the office. And I was like, but I was right. Scientifically, I'm right. That is why the sky is blue. But she didn't find my smart assness so much fun. Everybody else in class did though. Everybody was howling and clapping. Yeah, refractions of light. I mean, that's why shining white light through a prism, you can get every color of the spectrum. It's all about frequency and the way it resonates. Of course, Bina got it. Bina's no dummy. There's a reason why she got a moderator tag. Bina's here to protect me from getting kicked off of YouTube. Yes. Funny enough, that's also the first, what you call it, first rule of, I think it's one of the first rules of quantum physics is that light travels in waves as well as beams, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I remember. It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. Dear Lord. So, what the hell has everybody else been up to? Anybody watching anything good? Any new movies? Anything like this? I mean, the one movie everybody was raving over, The Substance. I watched a pirated version of it. It was okay. It was okay. It wasn't great. Terrifier 3, I think I talked about, was disappointing. Well, not disappointing, but definitely not my favorite out of the three movies they did. I just, I don't know. I got to catch up with Tulsa King. But I don't know if anybody else has anything like really cool that's been going on. Beast? What the hell was Beast about? I don't know that I ever saw Beast. Yes. Yes, it does, Dark. So Bina is my moderator. She has the ability to silence people, to delete comments, stuff like that. Um, the way it worked is the way I even met Bina was she was a mod on this one stream that we all like pretty much watch. And then she stepped down, and then Miss Sheree took over and became the main moderator there. Shout out to her for being an awesome moderator too. But Beans was always fantastic at the job. She just had to put up with a lot of bullshit for no paycheck or no anything else. And I asked her for probably about a month or two to be my mod because this way, there's certain things that I may say or that somebody in the chat may say that I don't catch. But if she catches it, she's basically my safety belt to make sure that I don't get myself into trouble and banned on YouTube. And I trust her with that job, so I gave her a moderator position. And Beast is about a killer lion, huh? I've never heard that. Um, the last movie I watched with any kind of killer lion was Ghost in the Darkness, I think is what it was called. I think it was Val Kilmer, where he's like a hunter over in Africa. And that was pretty good. Does the lion like wreck a lot of people, or was it more about like the life of a lion? Like, did he have a friend called Pumbaa and Tumba, like running around yelling Hakuna Matata? Like, was that what it was about, or Beast had Idris Elba in it? Like, I like Idris Elba. I've liked Idris Elba ever since like at first I wasn't real big on him, and then he was on the show The Shield. The Shield, The Wire, as oh God, what was his name? And he was fantastic in it. And then I started to really like him because I think my first actual exposure, which is crazy because I didn't watch The Wire till much later on. I didn't even find that show, and I only started watching it because I was shamed by my wife because I had never seen The Wire, and she's like, "And you live that kind of lifestyle? How have you not seen The Wire?" I'm like, what? And then I watched The Wire, and I'm like, "Holy shit! This really is the lifestyle that I know." Like, what? Stringer Bell, I think he played in The Wire, but he was fantastic. So basically, Jaws with paws. Is that what you're telling me, Beans? That's what that movie was. Oh, getting in here with this red on this face is a pain in the ass. Is you taking notes on a criminal conspiracy? I didn't watch Dark Tower. I refused to watch it. I had heard that they strayed way far from that book, like the whole series, the Dark Tower series, drawing of the three, the gunslinger, and all that. And so I didn't even bother with that movie. Yeah, Ghost in the Darkness is based on a true story. Yeah. Yeah, with they think it's just one lion that's taking everybody out, and it turned out it was a pride. Good movie, like old ass movie. Damn, Beans, you didn't even hit everybody with the like, share, and subscribe thing. What kind of moderator are you? Beans is like, because I didn't like, share, or subscribe, motherfucker. That's why. Yeah, definitely Tuesday. I will be doing that damn unboxing too. Oh shit. Let's try not to throw the camera every which way. Yeah, two male lions with no manes, which is crazy because everybody thinks that the male lion is the more vicious. It's the females that are the more vicious when it comes to the lions. They're the hunters. Not to say that the males aren't scary, just the females are actually the vicious ones. Kind of like humanity in that respect. Yeah, that's just it. That's why I always get a kick out of, men are the dominant, blah blah blah. No, they're not. No, because any strong and independent woman can control any male she pretty much wants. Most of the dumb shit I've done in my life, it was because of women. Fortunately, I got married to a smart one that keeps me from doing dumb shit. It's funny that the bird's black, but now he's red. Blue on his Obi. I guess we'll start off with, yeah, this one should highlight out well. The highlight going on the damn robe so I can work in dark blues. Well, of course not. It's a matter of hygiene. Some like to shave their manes. Makes them more attractive to the female. They just go and they take the Bic razor and just trim that shit right off. Oh, we're talking about the thing around their neck. Yeah, never mind. My bad. My bad. Yeah, it's funny because when Bean said she saw Beast and liked it or whatever, my brain immediately went to the movie Split, where the main character played by James McAvoy is called the Beast. And I thought that's what she was talking about. I haven't seen that one in a minute. That was a He was fantastic in that damn movie too. That M Night Shyamalan sequel, basically to Unbreakable. I don't know if you guys ever saw that one. You're killing me. I'm being serious. Oh, come on, Dark. It's not like back in the day when they're raiding the base and all that stuff. I joke a lot on this damn thing. I think if we don't joke, we lose our minds. You know? And since I don't have Johnny to set his ship on fire here, I gotta tell jokes. My God. Yeah. Too much seriousness in this world. We needed to get back to the good old days of George Carlin and Andrew Dice Clay jokes. Speaking of interesting, I don't, like I said, I've been diving into Joe Rogan stuff, especially like his alien, like people talking about aliens and what have you. And some of them just kill me with it. Like some of the stuff they tell on there is just such bullshit. It's obvious. And I don't know how people are still like, oh, yeah, that guy's 100% telling the truth. Especially the guys that are like, I'm a government whistleblower. And yeah, this is what we have and this is what's going on. But I can't tell you exactly what we have or what's going on because I'm not allowed to. Like I thought the whole point to whistleblowing was that you're literally like this is everything. This is what's happening in the world. You know, that they don't want you to know. I didn't think you still answered to people when you're actually a whistleblower. I thought you fell under certain protections where they couldn't touch you. The blueprint curse of Atlas. Dear Lord, you lost every goddamn boat. Anytime there's one blueprinted thing on there, they sunk your boat. It could be worse. You could have the best blueprints in the game and by your own stupidity lost your ship like 3 times. Like you never seen anybody like with that kind of luck. Like a crow landed on a ship and overweighted it and sunk the damn thing. Like, what are the possibilities? Thank God I'm going darker blue with this because that Obi would blend right in with those wings. I mean, granted, on this first coat, it's not going to matter much. Just have to be careful when I flip them over not to snap one of the damn swords off. They're so tiny and thin. Going to fix it. Well, and that's just it. Like, unfortunately, and it happens with a lot of games, not just Atlas, but by the time they get around to fixing them, the game's already, like, people have stopped playing it. I just, I miss the old days, I think, of gaming where it's cool that you can get DLC and add ons and everything to a game. But I miss the old days of gaming when you got the game and it was a finished product and then you could get stuff that added on to it. Not, hey, here's a half ass finished thing. You just paid like 70, 60, $70 for it. And yeah, we'll fix it as time goes on. And maybe we won't even fix it. I hate that. It drives me nuts. It's like, dude, just put it out good to begin with. Yeah, I mean, and well, that's just it. I could understand why they had to break up server assets for the game because it would just overload a server. But at the same point in time, like the fact that if you wanted your own private server, you had to pay for each one of the grids, and each grid cost you $20 a month, and you're running a 10 grid thing, that's $200 right there out of pocket. You had to come. That's why I always thought Twisted was nuts with it, but he actually made it back and then some. Really did love that damn game too. Definitely the best of times. I mean, most of the stuff that I play nowadays is just battle passes, really. Like I'll grind through Fallout 76, Fortnite if they have a good one. I'll hammer that out. I'll hammer out Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is like 6 years old now. Like a lot of these games that I'm playing, I've realized are like old games. And like I was saying about World of Warcraft, like the newer version, the latest edition of it or whatever, kind of sucks. It's like it's boring. But the older version's like a grind and kind of fun. It's like just, update the graphics on it, but keep the same engine. Um, but every now and again they'll come out with something that's a decent game. Like I don't know if you guys ever played Valheim. Valheim was a lot of fun. Game was actually pretty fantastic. Like, and every update's been free. They don't make you pay for anything extra, and it's like a 20 or 30, I think on PC it's like $20. On Xbox it's like 30. That game's they keep refreshing it and adding stuff to it, and it keeps getting better and better, more and more challenging. Like they just don't screw it up for some reason. But that's one of those Swedish companies, I think, or Finnish. Like I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is with American company. I'll tell you what though, I can't. I liked it when I was a kid, like Final Fantasy. Like Final Fantasy 7, I still think is probably one of the best of those type of games, JRPGs, Japanese RPGs. And nowadays, I can barely fucking play them. Resident Evil, I can play here and there. I get bored with that, like, or I'll run through it real fast and just be done. Yeah, like JRPGs seem to be like still a huge genre, and I can't get into them. Something about them bored the hell out of me. Same thing with Diablo, like the roguelite games. Like they've gotten to a point where they've gotten old. Dark Souls games are still kind of have gotten a little bit long in the tooth, in my opinion, as well. And then you've got the old traditional platformers like Mario Brothers and what have you. But I'm not going to go buy a different system just so I can play your game. It's kind of what happened with the God of War series. I used to love that damn series. And same thing with it. Just got to a point where I got bored with it. Like you guys did too much with it. All right, let's darken up this blue on the Obi. Oh, I don't know if I showed you this, Rogue. I know you're pretty hardcore with Lord of the Rings, right? But I did a Gandalf print. I've got to paint too. His face and everything. Actually has grab his hand, his other hand. But from the Balrog fight, that one's this one's going to be fun. That's going to be a with Glamdring. That'll be a fun one to do. That's a future one. He hasn't cracked either or shattered out, so that's a good thing. Give me a very blue is what I'm looking for. True blue, that's what it's called. Yeah, I did a Balrog for my son. Came out pretty badass. I also did the Witch King. I did a bust for him on one of my streams. That was fun, and I went with the traditional route with the elf cloaking. You shall not pass. Bilbo Baggins, do you take me for a purveyor of sleight of hand? I don't even remember what the hell he says in that scene now. You take me as a purveyor of cheap tricks, I think. And I smoked the Balrog down the mountain, and then I had sex with his cousin because he was gay like me. I am Gandalf. Return to Moria was a lot of fun, but once you beat it, there's not much incentive to rebuilding Moria. Like, it was a good game. It was a solid game, and I could see, getting into it a bit. But it's one of those you play through it, and then you're not really going to go back and build up your world. Like when I did that shit in Valheim, after I was done killing off all the bosses and everything else, I went and built out like a castle. Now, I don't know if that's because I know I'm going to end up going back to it when the next patch comes out and I want to be prepped and all that stuff. And you have stuff that raids you from time to time, and those raids are no joke. Like they'll just stomp the hell out of you, like bust right through the walls and everything. Or if it was more to a point of I just enjoyed building the game. You're waiting Super Nintendo World? So Nintendo World wasn't good enough. They had to go to Super Nintendo World. Does that mean like 20 years they're going to come out with the Nintendo 64 world? And then eventually you'll get to the Wii world? WII Wii, not, WEE Wii. God, I have nightmares about the Wii. I was running GameStops when that shit came out, when it launched. You would have mothers following the UPS truck trying to get one for their kid. They knew what the boxes looked like when they got shipped in, the whole 9 yards. You'd get in fights with them because they're just like, I know you guys got like three of them in that box or whatever, and you're just not putting them out for the customers. And it's like, ma'am, these are for our pre-orders. Like, fuck off. It's always amazing. One of the things that is amazing to me is I'm probably gonna my son's the boy is probably getting a PlayStation 5 for Christmas. So I looked up pricing on it because I knew when it came out it was $500. Like we're a couple of years into the life cycle. He finally said something about wanting one, so I think I'll get this for him. I wonder how much they are. They got to be down to like 400, 450. No, they went up $89. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how does a game system come out and in 3 or 4 years into its life cycle, it goes up in price and it's not the slim model or anything like this? See, I don't know. Theme parks don't excite me all that much. I don't know why. I mean, I went to Disney as a kid, both World and what you call it, Land, because it was out California was Land, Florida was World. I think they even shut down the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at this point, didn't they? And like that's a shame because I know they had changed it over when the movie hit big and added like a Jack Sparrow puppet in there and all that kind of stuff. It is fitting to mention. I mean, I don't know what you'd have in Nintendo World though. Like, are you gonna have people dressed up as like the different characters out of Mario? Are you gonna go there and they're gonna give you like mushrooms to eat and like you just trip balls and think like you're going down pipes and chasing a giant turtle or put on a raccoon hat and you get to fly across the entire park? Like, what are we doing here? Like, how's this gonna work out? I'm just curious. Like, what if they open like a Sonic world and like you're a little fat kid and you can't run fast? Then what? Then you got to be like one of Sonic's rings. Is that how that's going to work? It feels kind of mean to me. Yeah, see, like I have mixed feelings on the entertainment part of Disney myself. Um, like you said, some of the agenda that they push, I don't agree with. But to me, it's more to the point of like what they did to Star Wars. Like, how the fuck do you ruin Star Wars? Like, it's Star Wars. It's not that hard. It's space wizards with laser swords. Like, it's pretty paint by numbers, and yet you still found a way to fuck that up. Same thing with the Avengers, or Marvel. But it seems like Marvel may actually be reversing course because they don't want to lose all their business. So that's actually an interesting case. Yeah, I mean Universal, I don't know. Universal had what? Like as far as movies and shit like that, I'm not talking about the theme park, but I'm just thinking of stuff that you can add into a theme park for them. So you had Universal Monsters. Those are always classic, Wolfman. My favorite out of all of them is the creature from the Black Lagoon because I always felt bad for him. Like I always felt bad for the creature from the Black Lagoon because he's just kind of chilling in the bog, and then these people show up and bring him some really pretty girl, and like, what was he supposed to do? Like he was just minding his own business, and those bastards showed up. You know. Um, but no, you have like classic Universal monsters. I guess you have Jurassic Park as well, correct? So dinosaurs are always cool, and I'm sure that's got to be creepy as hell if they got some part that you can walk through and it's supposed to be like, animatronic Jurassic Park. That would be pretty neat. Um, yeah, I don't know. Well, that's just it. So, like Disney World, Beans, everything should be based off the Disney movies. Universal, same thing. Universal Studios or what have you. So, I would think that they would have stuff based on Universal Pictures stuff. Yeah, dude, those were the days where, true story, my mom would take us to the movie theater and then we would watch a movie and the movie would let out and we go walk over to another movie theater and go watch another movie. Like we'd just sit there all day in the movies. Like you'd pay for one ticket and watch 10 different films because nobody checked your ticket. Nobody gave a shit where you were going. There was no assigned seating. Like nobody was paying attention. So you go like I'm going to the movies. That's a 12-hour day right there when I was a kid. But I can just imagine just watching Star Wars over and over and over again. Well, that's weird. So Harry Potter is in Universal, right? Harry Potter is Warner Brothers. So did you have like other Warner Brothers characters in Universal? Because if so, then you would have DC characters too, because they own all that as well. But yeah, I've never been big on theme parks in general. When I ran the Planet X, which was an offshoot of GameStop, I had employees because Six Flags Great Adventure New Jersey is right there. And a lot of them, that was their other job. They would work for me, but then work over there. So anytime I wanted to go to Six Flags, I would just walk over and be like, hey, is Jeff working or whatever employee it was? And they'd come up front, grab me, and I go in for free because, yeah, it was me. Like I was their boss at the other job and they didn't give a shit. Nobody ever said anything to them. J.K. Rowling is an odd case because she's one of those that she kind of there was a point in time where she was just like flat out, kind of I'm going to say, and I hate to use this word because it's a loaded word, but she was woke. Um Woke in the old sense of the word, I'd say. She was very woke. And then something happened and they tried to cancel her. Like, I want to say it was like LGBTQ happened. Like, she said something and it flipped a switch on her and she went from woke to shut the fuck up. Like, this is nonsense now. Like, something triggered. She went one way and then she flipped back to the other really hard because she realized like bending the knee doesn't matter. You have to bend the knee all the way. You can't just half kneel. Yeah, it was like trans related or gender stuff. Yeah, you guys are right. But I know there was something and like it set her off. Like she lost it. And that was pretty much it. Like she flipped on a dime and now she just like I said, the whole thing is If you're bowing down to somebody and you're espousing something that you don't fully believe, it's almost like with a bully saying, "Don't hurt me and take my lunch money." Well, if you never stand up to said bully, you're going to lose all your lunch money eventually. You're going to be broke. Yeah, see, like, so that's just it. What would the term be for waking up and realizing that, they've been bullshitting you all along and everything else? Because you can't use woke because, woke identifies with political ideology at this point. Would it be awakened? Would that be a proper terminology that I think people should use? Like an awakening? I mean, I know Force Awakens was Paul's favorite movie of all time, but I think we can use awaken in this context and have it make sense. How are we looking so far? He's looking all right. Blue on that Obi really popped. Well, yeah, okay, but the whole thing is, whenever you say somebody's red pilled, there's always somebody who goes, "Oh, yeah, you went from Democrat to Republican." It's like, no, red pillings. It means that you woke up and realized that the reality that different media outlets and stuff are trying to push on you isn't the reality of the actual world. Like that's red pilling. Um, Same thing. Blue pill is just you trust all the everything that's being hyped out to you. But people always mistake red pilling. So when you say red pilling, it's kind of loaded. People get upset about it because they think it's something to do with QAnon or some bullshit like this. One of these over the top kind of things. So like I said, I'm not conservative. Said this a couple times on here. I am not a conservative. I am not Republican, any of that stuff. I'm a centrist. I just think both sides are fucked up, and right now, one side's doing better than the other as far as what they truly believe and what's actually going on in this world. And maybe someday that'll switch. I don't know, but it's whoever has the best idea wins. Rise of Skywalker. Oh my God. I still have yet to finish that movie. I got to the part in that movie where they're on, I guess it was tattooing. I don't know where they were, but she like heals this big ass sandworm. And that's when I was like, this is bullshit, and just turned it off. I'm like, now all of a sudden she's got the power to heal shit. So you're telling me that, Luke could have just saved Darth Vader basically at the end of Return of the Jedi. He didn't have to die if he was just not a bitch and could have used this power. Yeah, and don't think you're too clever there, Rogue, because I think outside of Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, you weren't allowed to watch anything else, were you? Maybe Naruto. Yeah, or Anakin could have healed Padme, or that is a good argument too. Like I don't know. The problem is when you give somebody power like that, that's OP and breaks all of your lore through every damn movie up until that point, you kind of ruin it. You've ruined something like it is all about the canon, especially when it comes to nerds. Like, I still, what do you guys think the most egregious fuck up as far as like an ending to something that just destroys the entire franchise is? I mean, one of my one of mine that's up there pretty high is Game of Thrones season 8. They that show was amazing. It was great, and then season 7 happened. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't what I wanted. But I was just like, I can live with this. And then season 8 came out and just ruined everything. Like, I just didn't even give a shit anymore. Well, that's just it. And like, I've had this argument too. So like, my wife won't watch anime, but the main reason why she won't watch anime is because she does not like the depiction of young females in their Japanese school dresses and stuff. She's like, yeah, it's a little questionable there. Um, but yeah, like Naruto, I never I've watched. God, I don't even know how much of it I've watched. I watched enough to get bored with it. That's how much I watched in Naruto. But it was like it was okay. There are certain characters in there I really did like. I always get a kick out of Pervy Sage. He always cracked me up. But yeah, Shippuden I didn't even bother with. I don't know why I got hooked so hard on One Piece, but One Piece for whatever reason, I like I made it through the first season and I was like that it's okay so far. And then once Impel Down happened on that show, and anybody who's watched One Piece, and anybody who plans on watching One Piece because of how long the show is, I always tell them if you make it up to Impel Down and you can watch through the Impel Down arc, and if you hate it at that point or you don't like it at that point, just turn the fucking show off. Like, that's basically game over because it just every time I watch it, like I feel some kind of way at the very end of it. Like, and I've watched it like twice. Yeah, Attack on Titan is no fan service. Um, but I also Attack on Titan I never finished. They got up to where they were about to sail continents. It was a season break or whatever, and that was good game for me on that show. Like, it was game over. I just I watched up to that point. The next season launched or whatever, and then honestly, Paul, I think you're the one. I was like, oh, so the show's over now, and you're like, no, there's a second part to the final season. I'm like, oh, okay, and then waited and you watched the second part, and then I asked you, I'm like, okay, so that was the end of it. Was the ending good? And you're like actually, it's on break for a third part to the final season. I'm like, dude, then you're not really doing a final season, like, and just lost interest because I was waiting for the end of it to come out and just never finished the show, never went back to revisit it, none of that stuff. Like, just done. Like, I've had enough because it was like the first season or two is really cool. And then I always liked Commander Levi on that show too. But then it got to a point where it was like, I don't know. To me, it was you drew it out too long. Like, and you're a cash cow on it at that point, and you lost me. That's why I'm a little miffed at My Hero Academia because they probably have another like 15 episodes left, and then that show will be over. But they could have just continued on and finished it out this season and just been done with the show. Instead, they're going to draw it out. And like the ending's fucked up to that show. I mean, it's good. Like, the way I've read that, when I was read the manga or whatever, to how it actually plays out at the end is pretty cool. But Don't do that. I have more concerns about something like a One Piece where when I read a story and the guy, Oda, Sensei Oda, who's written the story this entire time, said he needed to take like a break off, wrote the manga a little shorter for the 1 month, and took a break off because he needed to sit down and figure out what the One Piece actually is. That's a little troubling to me because I've invested so much goddamn time in however many thousands of episodes, watched these characters grow and everything else, and you never had the ending plotted. Part of what made Harry Potter so good was J.K. Rowling wrote the first page and the last page. And she put the last page into a safe and then just wrote from the beginning to the end. Like, this is what happens at the end. This is how the whole thing plays out. So she knew where she was going with it. One Piece feels like, oh, like you bastards, it better not be like friendship was the One Piece the whole time, or the journey getting here was the One Piece. Like, would piss me off. Don't spoil what? Don't spoil what? Attack on Titan? Paul's pretty good with spoilers, but as far as the damn Attack on Titan, yeah, I wouldn't spoil it because I haven't watched the ending, so I couldn't tell you. But honestly, you should watch the damn thing. Like if you're worried about it being like if Paul sat here and told me this is what happens at the end of Attack on Titan, I'd be like bet because I could have watched it this whole time and just never picked it back up again. It's the same way. There's this other series that I think it was actually Paul who told me to watch it. I watched it. I liked it. I actually like a couple of the later seasons much better than I liked the first season. But it was a show called Overlord, and I know they're going into their final stretch now. Like that one's almost over. Yeah, well, what's fucked up is Beans likes Attack on Titan so much her cat is named after one of the characters, and yeah, she hasn't finished it out. It's kind of depressing when you think about it. Giving this guy his duty pants. Damn, that's a bitch. I can't see anything in there. Getting down on them legs. Mushoko Tenso. I don't know, but if you have Crunchyroll, one that I always recommend is the Legendary Hero is Dead. It's only one season, but that show is fucking hysterical. Like it's basically this guy who, typical isekai kind of shit where the main character dies, lived kind of a boring fucking life, then gets resurrected and is supposed to be overpowered on another world. Well, when he's like about to be resurrected or whatever, the goddess that brought him in and is resurrecting him tells him that he's allowed to choose anything he wants to come to the new world with him. And she's like being like an airhead and kind of snotty with him. And he turns around and like says, "Well, then I want you to go with me." Like what's the name of that show? Konosuba, I think it's called. And like so she ends up getting pulled because that's part of the deal that whatever he says has to happen. So she ends up getting pulled down, but she's shitty at using her powers and everything. Like she's just as arrogant and as dumb as him. So it's just it was actually a pretty funny show. The wrong way to use healing magic was actually yeah, you're not wrong. That was a very good anime. Like where he literally he punches the like unstoppable knight. Everybody's hitting him with magic or hitting her. Turns out with magic and like it's doing nothing. And then he like hits it with the healing magic, but because healing magic doesn't do any damage, it's just the blunt force trauma from his magic hitting the knight and like fucking whoops the ass out of it. Tengu, according to what I was reading here, right? It just said that they are the spirits of, let me see. They're mischievous, so you know, I guess they cause kind of trouble, but they're sometimes considered the reincarnated spirit of one who is proud and arrogant in life. But they're renowned swordsmen and are said to have taught the military arts to Yoshisun, Yoshida-sun, a Minamoto hero. So, like, supposedly, like, original, like, heart. That moment with the backswing. The moment when the backswing fucks up your entire. Is that better? There we go. I still have a little echo in there. God damn it. Is that fixed? Knocked out the entire like stream deck. Fuck that damn thing up. Bang that fucking wire and rip the whole thing down. Well, hopefully it's back up and running. You guys can actually hear me. Yeah, we had a problem for a minute there. I think I fixed it though. God damn it. I really need to organize this workspace. But laziness is my superpower, so but yeah. So supposedly they are pretty much good guys, but they're also they're like impish, I guess, like mischievous, but supposedly very powerful swordsmen too. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see if I can hit this. And I'm not going to be able to with this brush. I got to get back into his face. I got to go over the red again, blue again, brown again. All right, step up the brown. Yeah, it's a good thing I turned down the mic input too when it fell, because that shit would have blown everybody's eardrums out. A virtual curse jar. You know how much money I don't have enough money for all the curses I yell. And I'm not talking Wingardia Levioso and shit. I mean, you think this is a lot of cursing? You should try playing a video game with me sometime. Just ask these guys, they'll tell you. I don't know about this light brown. I think this might be too light. Let's see how it lays on the dark. Can we pull Paul back from the anime? I got nothing on this. Yeah, yeah, we can. Well, I mean, anybody who knows Paul knows there's very few things. The only thing he can talk about is his is anime, Star Wars, and the love of Jesus. I think that's the only things that Paul has gone. I mean, he can always tell the story of Vane. Tell the story of Vane and his lust for Paul. My bad. I'll move on. Now you're all right. I don't mind talking anime because I watch enough of it. But yeah, I guess if you don't watch anime, it gets rough. Oh, fuck was that? What's going on, mister? How are you? Damn, did I fuck this thing up? Or is my voice even clearer now? Maybe knocking this thing on the floor was the right thing to do. Paul was not the walrus. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yeah, I know what I was going to do. I got to hit his. Oh, tiny brush time. Now, you missed the science talk, mister. Also, what the hell were you saying the other night about Alien Stream being mainly court cases? Like, did aliens start going, stop talking about aliens all the time and start talking about law tuber shit? Or I caught like half of what you were saying last night. That chat was moving too fucking quick, though. So, I used to watch a lot of court cases. You know, I would watch criminal law, Ricada law. What the hell were the other ones? They follow. They're all like lawyers, though. Like it was actual law. They call it law tubing, but they would follow like Kyle Rittenhouse case, the Shaboopy case. I think that's what the chick's name was that killed her boyfriend and like all that stuff. But yeah, I know he likes following court cases. I just didn't think he switched over where that's like a full-time thing now. That's a shame. I don't know if I want to go that damn color. Give me some kind of awkward color. I need like an awkward color for this belt. Something that'll accentuate. It'll accentuate. What's this? Fuck it. Let's try this. Give this belt an odd color. Chartreuse. That sounds fierce. Mauve. Mauve. Yeah, law tubing can be fun, especially if you've got the law knowledge, like a lawyer explaining that shit to you when the case is going on. That can be fun. If you're not a lawyer, not so much fun. But then again, you should also always talk about what you like and what you're interested in. I mean, if you're having a good time, then others are going to come have a good time too. Part of the reason why, I don't invite Mister to a lot of dinner parties is because I know he's one of those guys who likes to put his dick in the mashed potatoes. Like, and it's not even that kind of party. And it's funny because you just missed it, Mister. There was a whole conversation about light and waves and the sun and everything else just a little bit ago. It was all scientific in this place. And then we veered off into pop culture. And then we veered off into anime. And then we veered off into everything else. Because, god damn it, there is no format. You guys drive the format. Yeah, that's fair. You're a legal boxer, not a legal briefs kind of guy. Makes sense. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong either. Conversations about the sun are so hot right now, and you also have to be very bright to talk about them or to have them. Oh my God, Gam, what is it, Beans? You're not liking the way this color's laying out? Not gonna lie, if I had a little steadier hand or was a better painter, I would have done the floral pattern on the obi. 1.3 million Earths. That is a big ball of fire. That is a rather large nuclear reactor we got there. Oh God. Well, what else is there? I'm not going to get into a talk about Uranus. And I know I said it weird, but that was on purpose. Maybe Saturn. That was a movie I saw that wasn't bad. It was called, I want to say it was called Europa, about one of the moons on, I want to say it was Saturn. having like life on it or whatever, and it's a guy who's trekking out there. It was like almost like a found footage kind of movie. That was pretty cool. The Earth isn't as far away from us. It isn't as big as we've been told. How close is it then? Well, wait a minute. Wouldn't the sun be, if the Earth's flat, wouldn't the sun be flat too? Wouldn't it be like a mobile above a baby's bed, like just printed on both sides and just spinning around each other? I agree with you, mister, especially the fat ones. I do get a kick out of Bean's arguments though with the flat Earth theory, because as she'll tell you, it's just a theory. That's right there, mister. That is a Smurf line. Smurf always says she's not a lady unless she's 180. Damn, the fuck? Those the same. That, that red should be better be different than the other red. Just pop right the hell out there. Follow the angels to what source? The curvature of our atmosphere, doesn't that throw off the angle of sunbeams? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the atmosphere of Earth threw off because of our atmosphere, it's throwing off the curvature of the light beams. Like just from it hitting water in upper atmosphere. We can't examine stuff like, what do you guys think the Kuiper Belt is? What do you think it was before it became a bunch of meteorites? Do you think it was a planet or a comet? I mean, technically, that's where they think if there was a planet X, that's where it would be, is in the Kuiper Belt. Fucked up and hit his hilt, but that's okay. It's got to get redded out a different way, or colored out a different way anyway. I don't think Elon would try to buy it, but he would definitely go visit it during the holidays because that would probably be his planet or his home planet. Dog, what? You got to piss? What's going on with you? Why are you whining in the backdrop? I hear you. It's quiet. Too quiet. Yeah, I mean, Elon buying Twitter is actually really one of the more important things that has happened over the last couple of years. And also one of the worst things because it's always interesting for everybody to wonder, like, am I being silenced? It's the whole thing with paranoia. It's not paranoia if they're actually watching you. But now it's like you got some kind of validation that, yeah, they actually are kind of cutting your fucking, if you feel a certain way, they're going to silence your voice or throttle your posts or your reach with your videos. I have to get back in on that eyeball. I've got Twitter. I've never posted anything on Twitter. I've never sent a tweet, any of that shit. I just have it. And I've accrued like 50 friends or something on there. all clearly bots. So I'm just like, wow, that's kind of a miracle. Like I'll go on there to look at some of the shit posting and funny memes and stuff like that that people are putting up, or but I don't use it. Like I don't see a point to it. Like, gone to eat lunch at 5 o'clock, taking a shit at 6:30. Oh, it was a watery shit. Like, what the fuck am I gonna tweet? Last time I ate at this place, 7:30. Like, I don't know. I never understood the point to it really. I mean, I understood a point if you're like, I guess, a celebrity, you're on a movie set or something like that. But it just seemed like a good place where people go to just bitch about things. And there's plenty of that already, so why do I really need that as like a fun part of life, you know? I don't find that to be fun. Wow, you're on your third account. What the hell shit are you saying on there? Hashtag the earth is flat. Banned. It's the oligarchy not allowing that's the oligarchy right there being shutting you down with their authoritarianism to make sure that you can't tell people that the earth is really flat. God damn, 10K followers and man, you're doing something right. And you must be doing something wrong because they don't even shut down like porn on Twitter. Must be saying something very interesting. Yeah, like I mean, how? Like, did you post like there's only two genders before Elon bought it or something like this? Like, how the hell do you get your accounts taken down like that? Ketchup mustard time. You like dead naming people? Like, what the fuck? You moved to the Chinese company because the American one was censoring you. That checks. Yeah, I want nothing to do with TikTok. I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen a use in TikTok. Like, if anything, I tried to watch TikToks at one point in time and found that my attention span was getting worse than it already is. It's like, oh, I get under. Damn. Yeah, I think this brush is about had it. Keep using it too much to hit texture spots. that's got to get touched up big time. And I think I just tagged out the wing again, which is fine. I got to touch up the wings anyway. Yeah, like that's just it. Best way to get news fast. Also, best way to get fake news fast. Like I can't. I can't. I've got to hear shit in like full clips if I'm gonna watch it. Like anytime I see a clip from like a press conference, I go back and I watch like the first 3 minutes before that clip and the 3 minutes after. And it's just so I can get the full context of what they were talking about to begin with, because they could have been talking about anything. Like, I don't know. For some reason I just don't fucking trust it, like at all. Not even a little bit, at all. There's something about it that just, maybe I'm just old like that, and I actually want to explore it full on out before just believing what I'm told. Because watching, like, just like the other day, they try to pull this shit where they said Trump wanted what's her name, Liz Cheney. They're like, yeah, Trump wanted Liz Cheney like with guns pointed at her head or something. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Because somebody had posted that as like a reel on YouTube or whatever the fuck they're called, like a short. And I was like, what? So then I looked it up and watched what he actually said, and I was like, oh, he didn't say anything like that. He said that she's a war hawk, and if it was her with all the guns pointed at her, then it would be a different story. She wouldn't want to send our troops to war, which is something that I think I say all the fucking time. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Dark, Beans isn't wrong. They already have everybody's info. Like, we've been giving away our info for years and before we ever realized it. So that ship's kind of unfortunately already sailed a bit. But at the same point in time, I just, like I said, my argument isn't even so much that we're giving China our info. Anybody who's done a 23andMe test has basically already given your genetic code over to the other side. For me, it's more about attention span in those who don't have one or need everything real. I need to see this in 30 seconds instead of like seeing full context on stuff, because that's how you get half-ass information, or you can't argue points that way. Like if you argue points in sound bites, well, then the passage of time will become just like the passage of time. Well, yeah, Dark, you're not wrong. You've always been real cautious with your shit. But like me, fuck no. My shit's been out there since I was a kid. Like from the beginning of the internet, I was I fucking had my stuff out there. Because honestly, I just really didn't realize it, and then when I did, I just didn't care. And if we're calling it for what it is, yeah, I was really terrible with that shit. Yeah, I was very, very careless when I was younger with it. I just didn't even realize what it was. I I wouldn't even go that far. I don't think it's that. Like back when my mama signed my birth certificate and all that. They didn't have the shit that they do now. I'm going to say it all comes down to probably around the Patriot Act. That's about the time when the government really started stockpiling information on the average citizen. They just did it under a guise of protecting us from terrorist activity. They may have had mild information, but I mean, I'm not going to lie. When I got my DoD clearance, that would have been about the time that I got the microscope up my ass. But and that was Jesus 20 years ago. Yeah, it's already too late though, Paul. Like you can activate all that shit again because it's too late. We're way past that point. I don't even think you were a twinkle in your dad's eye when everything kind of went to shit as far as that stuff goes. And the Patriot Act was one. And as far as your medical records and everything else, I hate to tell you this, that came in with Obamacare. If you go and you read the laws on Obamacare, there's shit that they passed in that fucking law that pretty much allows the government access to all your health care files. So you're hosed in that extent too. Like they made that legal. It's one of them dirty little things in Obamacare that nobody even realizes. Yeah, I don't think it works that way, Beans. Stop giving them more credit than they're worth. That's like that hyper paranoid that they got me. It's more like, hey, I wanted to play a cell phone game and filled out all the information on it, then you're nailed. But as far as going into government databases, they can just tell who you are. They don't they don't really give a shit about you. Unless you owe them money for taxes, the government might watch you for a minute, but they don't really fucking care. You're not that important. None of us are. I mean, you might be a little bit more important because you're kind of technically an import, right? So they might watch you a little bit different than somebody who's natural born here. But I don't know. I just know that they can access your medical because of Obamacare, because that's legit in the bill they passed. The real ID, I don't know. I do have a South Carolina real ID, but it wasn't like they had to draw my blood or anything for it. Although when I got arrested the one time, they might have gotten all my shit. Like they have pictures of my tattoos, everything with that, in case I ever do actually commit another crime or actually that's the most fucked up thing. What I ended up getting arrested for, I didn't even do. That's why it's not on my record. It was expunged because I didn't do it. I was never convicted of it. Right. There you go, mister. That's the best way of putting it. There's too many like there's so many small fish that don't do anything wrong. They're not paying attention to you. I mean, there's certain key things that you can do to put a spotlight on yourself, but yeah, average people not really. They don't really give a fuck about you. The only thing like I said is they'll if you owe them money, like the IRS or a student loan or any of this shit, yeah, they're going after you. Yeah, that's not how that works though. Like I said, you're not that important. You a CEO of a company or somebody that really affects the government in some sort of way. Okay, they're going to keep tabs on you. You work for the government at one point. they're gonna kind of keep tabs on you because they don't want you spilling some of that secret sauce. You had any kind of DOD clearance, they're gonna keep tabs on you. Average person, not so much. They don't even keep tabs on those guys either. Like, just because your name's not Muhammad or Muhammad. They literally, they don't care. Our government is too sloppy to care. You know, if we were more like China keeps records on everybody, but that's because they silence everybody too. Yeah, they only care if you're a squirrel. That's a good point. That's a good call out. They only care if you got like a pet monkey that might spread Ebola to everybody, and it gets free, and then they have to call in Dustin Hoffman to go find it. Shout out Dustin Hoffman. I mean, we have such spycraft in America at this point that even if you're having a conversation in a locked room, as long as there's a window there, they can listen if they really wanted to, but they don't care. Is it worse that they don't care or worse if they do care? That's the real question. Yeah, Outbreak. That is exactly right. I haven't seen that movie in years. And it wasn't Ebola in that movie. It was like supposed to be the equivalent of Ebola, but it was called like Mutabu, I think, because it was in the Mutabu region that the monkey had come from. They called it the Mutabu virus. A fucked up movie. I just remember the parts where I think it was Kevin Spacey was one of the researchers and he contracted it. Go figure that one. And he's sitting there and he's like describing everything he was going through as the virus like stage 4 or whatever. This is what's happening to me now. Losing lung mass and all that crazy shit. I don't remember Fauci with the HIV outbreak in the 80s because even though I lived through it, I honestly didn't care because I wasn't into butt stuff. So, yeah, that happens. But yeah, I just, government conspiracies, unless it's something huge, usually it's out there. You just have to read through the bill that's like 700 pages, 1,000 pages, whatever to find it. But it's all been passed legislatively, basically. Unlike Vane, yeah. Vane is all about the butt stuff. Yes, that is correct, Paul. Vane is all about that butt stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. When the needle goes in when he's in the suit and you're just like, oh, you're fucked. Oh, you're fucked. Yeah, it was a great movie. And then the little girl with the monkey, and she's just like, "You're not gonna hurt him, are you?" One of those movies that I always thought was like kind of screwed me up because I felt like the first part of it, like how the outbreak actually happens, would be a viable thing that could actually happen. Is the movie 28 Days Later, where the activists break in and free all the test subjects, and like the monkeys are infected with rage or whatever, and they set them free, and they're just like, "What are you doing?" And like the monkey starts biting people, and everybody turns into like, I mean, not really. They weren't really zombies. They were just people with like extreme cases of rabies. The movie was twisted. The follow up sucked, but the first one was pretty good. Although there is a scene, and I want to say it's the second one. I think it's the second one where the dad's looking up and he's with his kid, and there's a body hanging above him, and like a drop of blood hits him right in the eyeball, and he's like, get away from me now," and like gets infected. Yeah, what's how they keep the sheep in line? Like, do you sell like drugs on the black market or something, Beans? Because like that paranoia right there, that's serious paranoia. The government does not give a fuck. I'm telling you, unless you're like, "Hey, I'm going to go do this terrorist criminal act," and you post it to the world, the government doesn't care. If they did, they would arrest you before you even like in the act of committing crimes every time if they paid attention to everybody. They would just nail you out. They would already know. They would already have a profile on you. This is your profile. This person's going to grow up to be a serial killer. This person's going to be do this. And if they're really tracking everything with you, they would prevent all crime in America would be prevented. Not all crime, but a good chunk of crime in America would be prevented. 12 Monkeys was yeah, and it turned out it wasn't the dude freeing them all from the zoo, Brad Pitt freeing all the animals from the zoo. It was just an event that coincided with it. But 12 Monkeys was cool. Well, you can discuss it, but I mean, what are you really discussing? You're just throwing out a discussion is this is my point of view on this and this is why. Just throwing out one sentence and saying like they're putting water or they're putting drugs in the water to turn the frogs gay isn't a discussion, it's a statement. There's a big difference. Big difference. Why do you think the government is spying on everybody? That's a better question. I'll ask you that question. We'll check the answer on it when you answer. Why do you think they care about like what I do, what you do, what Dark does, what Rogue does, or Paul? Why do you think they would invest the time and money on somebody who doesn't break the law ever and doesn't do anything fucked up or wrong? Because you support like a political opponent, like you've got to explain yourself for us to discuss it. I used to sell drugs illegally back in the fucking like 90s and early 2000s. I don't give a shit. That was back then. I'm well past the point of but I didn't sell anything hardcore, just some weed. I'm gonna beat the shit out of my dog in a minute too. I swear to God, if he doesn't stop with that meeping, he knows better. Not like I'd actually ever hurt my dog, but I like to say that because then he'd like, for some reason, I swear to God, he thinks I'd really beat the shit out of him. Actually, no, that's not paranoia. Matter of fact, RFK just had like tweeted something out about that earlier about the fluoride in the water. is actually like some kind of runoff waste or some shit. I can't remember. If you go on Twitter and look it up though, like put in RFK and fluoride, that shit will pop up. He was saying something about it. Yeah, see, like Snowden was a good case. That was part of the Patriot Act that got exposed. Right, exactly. You got it in one, but it was also any kind of citizen that had any ties to the Muslim community. I'm trying to remember what else was in there. They could use it. The big problem with the Snowden thing wasn't who they used it on, but it was the fact that they could use it on anybody. That was the bigger problem. Wasn't that they had files on everybody, was that they could use it on anybody, but only had used it on a specific amount of people. And it was just normal citizens that were going about their everyday life, but might have said something, and that was greenlit during the Patriot Act by Bush. He made that part legal. Then Obamacare, what Obama did was, let's say I end up in the hospital for a broken arm. They test my blood. They find weed in my blood. Like, well, oh, look at this. We have trace amounts of marijuana use here. And the doctor asked me, well, I have to be honest with my doctor so he can treat me effectively. And I say, yeah, I did smoke a joint, fell off the roof, broke my arm, right? By law, because smoking weed was illegal, in Obamacare, the law required the doctor to notify the government that you were a drug user so they could put you in a database and keep an eye on you. Which part were you exactly talking about? Putting fluoride in the water? But you didn't say anything about fluoride in water. Yes, mister, you're 100% right. If you get a medical marijuana card, you are considered unstable and what you can call it, and they can fucking revoke your firearms from you. You're 100% right. And Facebook has you upload all your contacts because they actually have shadow pages that they'll create. Say, like, my mom doesn't have a Facebook, but because she's in my contact list, they open a spot and put her name in there so that this way, if she becomes a user, they already have half the information set up for her. Like, it's the same way, like Facebook knowing when you take a shit because they can calculate where you are through the GPS on your phone if you have that turned on and the time that you're in there and everything else. Like, it's fucked up. Like, there's ways that they can calculate it out through a mathematical algorithm. The algorithm part I can completely understand. Don't understand how it comes to the conclusions it comes to, but there is math behind it. Shadow pages, yeah, that'd be cool. I said that's how they keep the sheep in line, but that doesn't equate to putting fluoride in water. How that makes no sense. Where's the correlation there? By putting the fluoride in the water, all of a sudden it's mind control drugs? Like that doesn't make sense. Actually, to tell you the truth, that shadow pages thing is a fucking great one. We should probably like coin that before somebody else goes and steals it. Somebody had to have already come up with it. Yeah, well, that's just it. On military bases, so the only time I've ever had fluoride in my water was when I was Cherry Point Marine Base, and I was like, the water tastes fucking weird and couldn't figure out why. And then somebody explained to me, oh, they put fluoride in the water to help strengthen your teeth. Well, that's just it. They do all kinds of stuff that they think is good, and then it turns out to be bad. Like one of the things that RFK was saying is if you look at like McDonald's fries in America and then you look at them overseas, overseas there's potato, sugar, and beef taro, I think it's called. I think taro or whatever. What the fuck is that shit called? But it's what we used to fry tallow. That's what it's called. It's called tallow. They used to drop. That's what they used to cook McDonald's fries over in America with. And then instead now they use like seed oil and a bunch of other chemicals to cook the fries and make the fries. Yeah, good call out on that, you too. Tallow. And I mean, that's just it. I remember when McDonald's fries were the best goddamn things in the world. However, one guy went on a campaign when it came to the French fries and the way they were made, and something with the fat in there and everything else, and said it was unhealthy. And that's when McDonald's, like, he took out full page ads. He was like a millionaire, and he launched a whole ad campaign against McDonald's fries for the beef tallow, and that's when they switched it up. But I remember eating those things when I was a kid, and like the French fries were so fucking good. Yeah, there you go, Beans. Yeah, I think I think you are correct in that. I think he was a vegetarian as well, but I know he's a millionaire, and he took out like full page ads. I know I saw the entire breakdown of that somewhere, and I can't remember where, because I think I had searched up why did they stop, why do McDonald's fries taste so different, and went down a rabbit hole once. Yeah, some of it was the old hamburger grease too. And McDonald's was fantastic at one point. Not so much anymore. All right, let's get these blades. Ooh. All right, I have need gray. Yeah, well, I mean, you know why they love the cows over there, right? It's a two-part thing. One of the reasons is because Hindus do believe in reincarnation for the most part, and they believe that if you're a terrible person in life, you come back as an animal. So that cow could be your uncle, you know? Shit like that. It's fucked up because Hinduism and Judaism are kind of fucking close now I think about it, some of their beliefs. Yeah, it could be monkeys' uncles. You're not wrong there. All right, let's see. I got to get black on those, what you call it, gold on the tip, silver up the blade. I got to get them eyes in there. I also have to take my dog out before I kill him. He's going to drive me up a wall. I'll be right back, guys. Normally, I would put on Jerky Boys, but they give me copyright strikes. So, well, they haven't given me a strike, but they let me know that I definitely use copyrighted material. So I'll be right back. Damn, that dog's good. I don't know how he does it. Anytime I say, hey, I need you to piss fast, dog runs out in that yard, pees, and then runs right back to the house. Haruman, yeah. The big monkey god. My god is a giant monkey. His original name was Donkey Kong, but they changed it to Haruman because he didn't look like a donkey. I am definitely not feeling this sheen on this blade. It's really a combination of seeds, if I'm correct, beans for vegetable oil. Some kind of seed. Oh, damn. I had to put my shoulder back in. Damn it. Oh yeah. Donkey Kong was supposed to be Monkey Kong and they misspelled. I could believe it. I mean, the old Street Fighter cabinet, Street Fighter 2, the what was the second edition? Tournament edition, I think is the second edition of it. On the cover, they had M. Bison listed as Balrog and Balrog listed as M. Bison. And it makes sense because Balrog in the game is a boxer that looks like Mike Tyson. So it was supposed to be M. Bison, Mike Bison. And they did it wrong on the arcade cabinet. It's like the old famous all your base are belong to us from Arrow Wing. Because the guy that they had translating worked in like the sales department and got that shit wrong when he was translating it. All your base are belong to us. That shit was everywhere for a minute. Nobody knew where it came from though, or what the original story was with it for a while. Except for hardcore nerds. So that's just it. That's something I don't understand, and maybe somebody can explain to me. And I don't want to. And please, no, no bashings in the comments. But isn't like basically Muslim teachings and Jewish Judeo teachings, aren't they both sons of Abraham? That like two religions that offshot from the same thing. Because if they are, then why are they all fighting over this shit? Get that. I'm gonna have to redo that damn thing. Can't pull my pants when I need them. And so is Christianity, right? So what the fuck? Why is everybody fighting over it then? Just because they interpreted shit different? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, fuck. It's like the old myth about Project Bluebeam, where they were going to do the giant holographic projection of quote unquote God and then tell everybody that, all religions are fake. They split off when Abraham had Ishmael with his wife's servant, and later on had Isaac, Isaac being the son of the promise God promised him. Okay, so what you're telling me is one dude banging around on the banging the maid behind his wife's back and then having a kid with it is the reason for like all the hatred. So you're telling me if he was just loyal to his wife and never screwed around, then we wouldn't have a whole bunch of wars later on? All this is but an allegory. So was so what you're telling me then is that they predicted Arnold Schwarzenegger and Doug Emhoff. That's what this is all about. So basically, like the wife was like, "Yeah, go ahead, bang the servant. It's cool. I'll watch and cheer you on from the corner, and because I can't have kids." So what you're telling me is because of one man's kinkiness, we have all these wars. That's fucked up. Yep, cuckadoodle do or any cockle do, and it's just craziness. It's wild. And I grew up with stories of Daniel and the Lions Den. I didn't get to the part where a man got to have sexy time and his wife okayed it. It's messed up. And here I was thinking that Jon Snow was the prince that was promised. How'd he mess up? What did he say? That's one of those other things. How come we call her Kamala Harris and her name's Kamala Emhoff, or should be? She just didn't, like even Hillary Clinton, Hillary Rodham Clinton, but we still include the Clinton part. What the fuck's up with that? So, what you're telling me is, Beans, is that a Hebrew had sex with an Egyptian woman and had a son, and that's why there's all these wars. See, that isn't really that big of a reach, though. That's just kind of funny to those in the know that Kamala puts her head down and does her work. Actually, you know what, Beans? That is a fantastic explanation. Can't call herself by a Jewish last name and chant pro Palestine, can she? Good point. And so what you're saying is the big argument between them was which prince was actually blessed by God then. No, Muslim came about after third century with Muhammad, if I'm remembering right. But well, yeah, I know that the whatchamacallit came in later. Like like I said, it went like Hinduism, then what was it? It was like Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, and then Muslim. I think was what I had looked up for the age of the religions and who came first, the chicken or the egg, Christ or the egg, something like that. So then my question is, when did Goza the Gargarian take power? Well, that's just it. History is written by the historians. Who knows? There's probably histories before those histories, before any of these religions that we have. It was just more of an oral tradition. Nobody wrote them the hell down. It's just we'd live in a time with two or three big ones. I mean, we call shit myth now, but at one point in time, that was the religion of the day. Yeah, you always say you're a god if someone asks you if you're a god. Always. History is written by the victors, but the big thing is this. I think we would all have a larger fundamental history of the world and everything in it if they didn't burn down is the Library of Alexandria, and also if the Vatican would open up its library to current day historians to go in there and look through all their shit, because I think they have the remnants of whatever was in the Library of Alexandria locked in the Vatican vaults. But that is part of the problem. Sometimes you have unreliable narrators, everything else. Something about him needs to change, and I'm trying to factor it out. Something in his kimono or his obi. I know his eyes got to come back on. I know I've got to go black with that shit. Where's my sequin black? I love that stuff. Something in the face. Problem is, he doesn't have a feather texture to him, and he should. Yeah, they got Paul's good blueprints vaulted. You need the island surfer to go steal them. eyeballs. Paint those the rest of the way on in a second. But yeah, something in the Obi doesn't feel right to me. I don't know what it is. His swords are okay. Also, guys, like I said this early on. I don't know. Some of you may or may not have been here, but I will stream for a little bit on Tuesday. Mainly as a counter to election coverage so that people can hop off and kind of ignore the bullshit if it starts getting thick or the disappointment or whatever. You can just flip back to it. And I'm going to unbox my new Mars Pro 5 or my Mars Ultra 5 rather printer and show off the Mars 3 and explain it and everything else. But I figure everybody's can kind of use a break from politics, watching politics all night and getting amped up or disappointed, whichever one it's going to be. Give everybody a break from bullshit. Because we all need a break from that bullshit. Plus, I'm not going to lie. If I go into ABL's shit the next time he streams and there is as much hubris as there was this week or yesterday in the chat, I'm pretty much going to stop watching. And it had nothing to do with Beans. It had nothing to do with Devin, Sheree, or Mr. None of you guys. Like, nothing to do with Devin. But some of the people in there, like, I was just like, yo, you guys sound like you're on the left side because you're getting too righteous. And that is not good. I didn't sign up for that. Nothing, Beans. There was, like I said, like to me, and maybe it was just me, but reading I didn't participate in the chat as much as I normally do, only here and there. And I was listening to ABL talk and everything, and just what was being kind of laid down. Something about it, like it was almost like an arrogance. Like I said, like a hubris. Like a hubris, a righteousness, however you want to describe it. But there was something about it that it just, it struck the wrong fucking chord with me. Like I can do no wrong kind of feel to it. Oh yeah, if Trump don't win, you better load all guns. Um, Better have 3 spare kits laying around in the backup too on the brig. I'll get the repair hammer. We're rocking and rolling this motherfucker. But no, like I don't know, Beans. Like I wish I could get into it. Maybe Mister can explain it, and he felt the same way. Maybe he didn't, because Mister was chiming in with jokes and stuff, and legit 0 people were like even recognizing that he was joking. But anybody that said anything that wasn't in like lockstep, like it was weird. Like the feeling I got from it was like either you're going to move in lockstep or you're the fuck out. Like there was no room for joking. There was no room for any kind of outside of opinion from each other. And it all had to be one thing like, yeah, okay, there you go. So it wasn't just me, mister. You felt the same way, right? Like, I mean, this was This was like over the fucking top though, Beans. I don't know how to describe it. Like I can't take like you gotta always have room to joke or fuck around or what you call it. And this was it was I don't know. Yeah, there you go. That's the best way of putting it. It was like a fucking cult where, drink the Kool-Aid. If you don't drink the Kool-Aid, like it was like, oh, you got to get that vaccine. You better put that fucking vaccine in your arm, or else we're going to shun you from the community. Like, wait a minute, what happened to freedom of opinion and ability to express yourself or think differently? Like that doesn't exist anymore. Like, what are we embracing here, guys? What are you guys going after? If you had said flat Earth to these people, Beans, like the people that were having the conversation, they would have called you a fucking nut and told you to fuck off. Like flat out. Like they'd have been like, I mean, the Earth's clearly round. Blah 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 blah. Like, no. No, no, no. Not even like taking the piss out of you, nothing. Like it did. It felt like a cult. And I did not like it. Like it just it felt very off to me when Mister made like two or three puns. At first nobody was responding, and then it was just the way they were taking things. Like it just didn't feel right, like at all. And yeah, there were trolls in there and stuff like your normal type of troll, but like it was the response to it. I'll tell you what, it also gave me that feeling that if Trump loses for whatever fucking reason, that people are going to lose their fucking shit. Like they're going to lose their goddamn minds. Yeah, and you're right. Like that's just it. Like I want to hear the argument from the other side. If the other side is not sitting there calling somebody, you dipshit, you Nazi, you piece of trash, you this, that, or the other thing, and they're actually like explaining their point of view and giving up their side and saying this, I can say I don't agree with you, and they say, oh, okay. Well, what's your side of it? And then you give it, and they're like, I don't agree with that. And it's like, okay, we can agree to disagree and move on. There was none of that. Like zero. Like, I don't like that. I don't like mentality like that. I just don't. I think that that's how you do get a dictator, or that's what the left does. That's exactly what the left does. That's why you get shit like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard in the Republican Party. Because it's like, look, we agree with you on 90% of what you're saying, but we don't agree 100%, and you shun us for it. Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, but what are they going to do? Not certify the election? Like, what can you really do? You have 2 months to do something about it. Okay, well, they execute him, they assassinate him, or whatever. JD Vance now becomes the president because that's how it works. It's too late. Once all the voting is done, it's done. The only thing Congress can do is refuse to certify the election. And if they do that, then they deserve the mass riot that they're going to have afterwards. And the American public will not let that one slide. And I'm pretty sure they fucking know that. Well, there you go, Dark. Remember, like, you guys unfortunate did the unfortunate thing of having me as your leader when we were playing that game, and I used to ask Rebel and fucking Nuclear what their opinions were on shit. Like, I would ask everybody in that entire group that we had going because, you know, every now and again, there's that nugget that it's like, yeah, that's what we're missing. We need to do that. That's actually a smart plan and I can work with it. Right. Who certifies the election? The vice president. So if you do you really think they're that fucking stupid? Like I at that point, democracy ends. I'm gonna say 70% of the Democrats that voted for Kamala Harris will immediately flip on her and go to war with the Republicans against the rest of the 30% of the hardcore Democrats that are like that. I'm telling you, there's a reason why when Biden called all Trump supporters garbage and that apostrophe S shit, that was some pretty good spin, but it's not true. He sat there and legit meant every one of them were garbage. The only only garbage I see floating out there are Trump supporters, right? Why do you think that was such a huge gap and pissed so many people off? Because even regular Democrats may not like Trump and don't want to vote for him and are going to vote for Kamala, but they don't see their fellow citizens as garbage. Only the fucking like 30% elitist group of the Democrats see Trump supporters like that. The others just see people who are going to work and raising families and shit and think differently than them. Dude, and I'm telling you, like the whole assassination attempt shit, right? Ratcheting up the rhetoric and all that. Maybe they do want him shot, but they don't under it. Like they also understand what the consequences of an action like that would be. Watching CNN or MSNBC cover when Trump got shot, they fucking hate him, right? Like they hate his guts, but even they were saying like if that bullet had hit Trump, like they're afraid. They know what's coming. Because the whole thing is an assassin missing him with like 8 shots or whatever the fuck he took at him. If that had been somebody from the right, all 8 of those shots would have been center mass and dropped Trump immediately. Like we wouldn't have a President Trump. Night, mister. But yeah, like flat out, they wouldn't do some dumb shit like it's stupid. You would have to be a complete fucking retard to sit there and say, "Well, I'm not certifying this election." Okay, that's fine. Do you know what those supporters will do? They were crying about a bunch of people breaking some windows, taking a shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk. What the fuck are they going to do when you get this mob of crazed motherfuckers with guns that know how to use them? They can call in the National Guard. Like, honestly, the National Guard might actually sit or go with the fucking president elect over them. That's a risk. Yes, but they have to be a bit quiet. That's that's something that so if they're not a bit quiet at this moment in time, then they're in for it. But they haven't really been quiet, have they? Because you're looking at Antifa and BLM as it's just Antifa and BLM. No, 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 no. Why do you think Kamala keeps getting interrupted with Genocide Joe Chance and Free Palestine and all this other shit? Because that is BLM. That is Antifa. Same people, just different hat on. They just want to be enraged about something. I personally feel there will be minor riots either way. Yes, I do. I think if Kamala wins, that the left is going to freak the fuck out and they're not going to take this peacefully. I do think there's going to be some bullshit. I also think that Trump is going to pull some shit in that case, like if the left starts acting up, where I don't think he gives a fuck because he's not getting elected again. And he will legit tell them, hey, you have immunity. Go quell these riots. I am not fucking around this time. I'm not worried about getting reelected. Go fucking quiet that shit down now. And I think if, like if the left pulls some kind of fuckery or they win, like, and Trump's people, the whole thing is everybody kind of learned from January 6th what happens when you go and you fucking like flip out or freak out, right? But it also depends on how she wins. Now, let's say we'll play out your scenario first. Trump, it's real fucking close, couple thousand votes, everything else. It comes down to um, like certification of the election. And Kamala refuses to certify it because she swears she won. The people on the right, the real motherfuckers, as I like to call them, are going to lose their shit and be like, this is what we're talking about. The government is overreaching. They're watching all of it. Like, they're going to go into that whole diatribe and they're going to lose their shit. And they're going to go and they're going to, like, basically riot. And it's not going to be a peaceful one like last time where people marched to the Capitol and took shits on desks and all that. No, it's going to be a bunch of shooting. It's going to be like fucking World War, Civil War Part 2 for a minute there. It won't be a civil war, but it's going to be like one. But if it's Kamala blows him the fuck out of the water and just like stomps a mud hole in him and it's not even close and it's obvious they cheated, there'll be rioting. If Trump just loses and it makes sense, then yeah, I think they'll just eat shit and not like it. Yeah, and I agree. I don't think there should be riots, but there's also going to be one other thing that's going to be telltale. If Trump loses and he concedes, the only way you will not have riots if he loses and he agrees that he lost and he tells everybody, yep, you know, unfortunately, my message didn't reach enough people, whatever the case is, and just steps away from it. But I'm also going to tell you this now. That's because of who he has in his party now. Because of Tulsi Gabbard, because of RFK, they won't tolerate that shit. They won't let him go off like that, like he did in 2016, where he kind of stomped his feet and everything else. And I mean, not that he didn't have a bitch and not that he didn't have a gripe, but this time out, like, if he loses to Kamala Harris, he can say, yeah, it was dirty. They switched out the candidate and everything else. She is such a fucking terrible candidate and such a terrible person that I honestly don't see a way he can lose to her. Like, I don't. Like, and the momentum is with him. Like, I don't give a shit what polls are saying or anything else. I think it, I think he's got her. I think the top things in the news and on people's minds are the economy, are our immigration, stuff like this. How am I, like losing jobs? Like, I'll tell you what, I would have more confidence in Kamala Harris possibly coming from behind and pulling off a win if that jobs report that just came out had come out and they added like 250,000 jobs and they were projected to add 113,000. Instead, they were projected to earn 113 or add 113,000 jobs and added 12,000. Yes, and that's just it. He not only is he better prepared with better people around him, it's also the quality of people. So like Tulsi Gabbard, for example, she won't stand for an insurrection. She's not going to stand. She would fucking like be like, look, Trump's a piece of shit at that point. She'd just flat out come out and like nail him on it. RFK would be like, I can't believe I supported this man. Elon Musk would be like, look, Trump needs to go to jail. Like, they're not going to tolerate it. He surrounded himself with too many people that are just all about America. Right. Well, all right. And I've said this a couple times, Dark, and I don't think you've ever seen or heard me say this, but what I think is the reason why we got Kamala is a twofold thing, or could have gone one of two ways. Pelosi goes to Joe Biden, says, "Hey, I'm going to invoke the 25th Amendment if you don't step down because you are going to lose this election. So we need to do a primary, we need to do something to get somebody else in there." Oh, by the way, he's done. Still need some spots to dry, but he is done. Pretty cool, huh? But yeah. So she basically went to him and said, "We're gonna we can do this the easy way, we can do this the hard way, whatever." Joe turned around and wrote up that thing on Twitter and stepped down, like from his campaign. I'm suspending my campaign. I'm done. This, that, and the third. All right, fine. That's fine. Like like I'm out of here. I am done. I quit. Whatever you want to say. Then he revised that statement to say he endorses Kamala Harris. So either Joe Biden in that moment was like, you know what? I know Kamala Harris can't beat Trump. I'm the only one who can beat Trump. Therefore, fuck you guys. You don't want me to run. Then I'm going to turn around and endorse her. So this way you lose the election and fuck you guys. Which also lends credence into why Joe Biden keeps going out there whenever she's hosting some kind of major event, does a press conference, walks into the press room, or calls people garbage. Like he's doing stuff that like is subterfuge to her fucking like he's sabotaging her campaign, right? So there's that part of it. Or Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Obama, all those fucking Clinton, all the elites said, look, Joe Biden ain't going to win. We're probably going to lose the presidency. We need the war chest so that we can at least hold Congress or the Senate, one of the two of them. And we'll focus all the money on that in the campaigns. In the meantime, we'll run Kamala Harris. And this way, we can give by Gavin Newsom enough time to clean up California, get his shit all in a row so we can run him in 2028 as a viable candidate. We know that Kamala Harris sucks at life, but we can't overstep her because she's a woman of color. And if we do, then we'll be complete hypocrites in the eyes of the public for overstepping a woman of color. So therefore, we'll run her now. Trump will beat her and she'll be out of politics. And then the next time she runs for dog catcher, we can be like, you're that bitch who lost to Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here. So they eliminate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at the same time and set up for 2028 and just try to maintain the Senate and Congress without losing their war chest. Either way, I see it. It's a strategy that I would employ if I was going for a long term gain or a revenge plot in Biden's case. So, like, I'm just looking at it from a stratagem. You know what I mean? Like, divide and conquer. Or, you cut all your problems out in one shot without ever having to admit that you were wrong. Or you take complete revenge on a party that ousted you after you did the impossible and beat Donald Trump in an election you were supposed to lose because you're too old and feeble, but you don't see yourself in that light. You don't see yourself as I'm past my prime and my best days are behind me, even though that is the case. Hey, she may win. Don't get it fucked up, Beans. Don't ever get that fucked up that Kamala Harris may win. Yeah, they entertaining and important, right? But here's the thing. It's not good any which way you slice it. If Trump gets in there and he puts that administration and all these people that we've talked about, Elon, RFK, Tulsi, Vivek, he throws all these people in there and they each take up something different, like, big agriculture and what you call it goes to, and big pharma goes under RFK. He'll clean that shit up. Tulsi goes in like, I don't know, State Department, something like this. But he gives these people important jobs, Elon, to fucking cut fraud, waste, and abuse, like he's saying. Dude, this could be a game changer. It could fundamentally cut our government to a third and fix shit and kill our debt and all this kind of stuff, right? If Kamala gets in there, it's just going to be Joe Biden 2.0. The deep state's going to be running everything. Her cabinet's going to be running anything. Nothing's going to change. It's going to be the same as Joe Biden. So we just have to eat shit for another 4 years and hope that they don't tank everything out and they do a little bit better this time. But either way you slice it, it ain't the end of America. It's not. It's not the end of our democracy. None of this fucking bullshit. And like it terrifies me because there's so many people that I talk to or will pop in here and sit down and we all have a talk and I start talking stuff and I can feel the fucking anxiety from text coming across the screen. Like I shouldn't be able to feel people's anxiety just sitting here in a fun goofy stream about painting fucking 3D figures. Like I shouldn't feel that anxiety about politics. People need to turn off the fucking politics. Like it's coming to that point where we get on the right track, we get fixed, we get whatever, and then we call this shit a day. And then like just let it roll. And I agree, Beans. Small government is key. Federal government was supposed to be there to settle problems between states, and instead it's grown into a giant clusterfuck trying to control everything that every fucking human being on our in our country does and overregulate shit and everything else instead of just letting us have our freedom as Americans. In the meantime, raping all of our asses for fucking taxes that go to shit that we don't even want it to. I'd be all for our federal taxes being the way they are if I had a say in exactly what my taxes went to. If I could sit there and go, look, you know what? I think homelessness is a giant crisis facing America. You're going to take my federal tax? Okay, I'm giving you $70,000 in tax this year. I want 40,000 of it going to the homeless problem. I want 30,000 going to roads, schools, and everything else. We don't do that. Maybe my big thing's the military. Okay, I want it to go into the military. Okay, abortion. Okay, I want it to go into Planned Parenthood or whatever. Whatever the fuck. We have no control over any of this shit. And that's the other part. Yeah, you're right, Paul. We have to stop hyperfixating on that which divides us because honestly, there's people that you're going to miss out on some really good people. You're going to miss out on some really good conversations, maybe some real insight that'll switch like the way you view certain things. Yes, Jay. That, and by the way, hello, Jay. That is a good way of putting it. Like you would not even just pick the charities, but you pick the causes that you want as far as, like I said, oh, the roads in America are shit. Okay, well, take 10% of my taxes and throw them towards roads. I have kids in school. I want them to have a better education. Take, X amount of my tax dollars and put it towards the schools. And you divvy it out that way. And then shit like lesbian dance theory, studies of the effects on the common gray squirrel, like that studies class in a college goes away because there's no money in it and there's no job for it. Now, granted, there's no money in it and no job for it anyway, but we're going to subsidize that person with our tax dollars to live off the government's tit because they can't find an actual fucking job. But yeah, I think we, as American citizens, doesn't matter what your race is, your gender, or any of this shit, I think we have a lot more in common than everybody likes to think, at least in the way we think about things. Even just expressing ourselves verbally in arguments and stuff like that, just the freedom to say, like, Joe Biden's an old fucking cocksucker, right? Like, I can say that. I'm not getting arrested. They're not hauling me out in the yard. They're not putting two in the back of my head for yelling about my great leader of the country and, all this kind of shit. Like, we all agree that that's the right way to go about stuff. But I think reality is that the news, the mainstream news media and some of the YouTube media has gotten to a point where it's so hyperbolic and so over the top where, like I said, take the Liz Cheney thing. Oh, he said that she should have guns pointed at her and basically is calling for her execution stuff. That shit ran on C or MSNBC. To their credit, CNN, which is always fucking left leading as far as I've ever seen, turns around and goes, "That's not true. That's bullshit." Because they finally kind of realized, oh fuck, we need to take temperature down because everything's about to explode. We fucking hate Donald Trump, but everything is about to explode. And if it does, we're not prepped for that shit. It's like they've realized. I don't know if you guys ever saw it. There's this kid on a flight with Mike Tyson. I call him a kid, but he was like early 20s. And he keeps fucking with Mike Tyson and keeps fucking with Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson stands up, hits him with like a four-piece and a biscuit combo in his seat, and then turns around and sits the fuck down. And that kid's like, I can't believe he beat me up. I didn't do anything. Like, you keep poking a bear, eventually you're going to get fucking mauled and nobody's going to feel sorry for you. And our news media is right there. Yeah, CNN needs Trump for those ratings and for that clickbait and that money. But it goes beyond that. I think they've even gotten to a point where they're like, look, they almost killed this motherfucker twice. Let's call that a day on some of the shit we're saying. And also, they still have some kind of integrity to them to at least tell somewhat the truth. Like, yo, this is such an obvious lie that we can't even fucking bullshit through this. Well, so mainstream media is on a downward spiral, Jay, but so is cable. Cable in general, the only thing really holding that shit up is money from the pharmaceutical companies and like sports. And as sports migrates off of, like, if you really break it down and think about this, when was the last time I haven't had a TV connection to cable TV or any other kind of TV? Everything has been streaming in my house since 2015, 2016 when I first bought my house. Outside of that, I like had cable. But up until and then from that point on, it's all been streaming. I watch everything on streaming. I don't even bother. The only time people turn on the TV to watch regular cable TV most of the times is to watch some kind of sporting event like football on Sundays or Mondays or whatever the fuck it is. And like all the news stations, what are they sponsored by? Pfizer, brought to you by Moderna, like brought to you by erectile dysfunction pills, like whatever it is. So I'm not getting turned off. People like Tim Pool piss me off, Beans. ABL doesn't piss me off real bad. I got this real fucking odd vibe last night, right? Because like I said, between the chat and some of the just the way ABL was carrying himself last night felt to me almost like self-righteousness, like a cult. And anybody outside of that cult that had any kind of difference of opinion, you know, and it could just be everybody's hyped up and cheering for Trump. Fair enough. We're right there on the doors of an election. I get it. So you know what I mean? You're rallying your side. I understand this. Guys like ABL don't piss me off that bad. Tim Pool pisses me off bad because he throws shit out there that's complete fucking bullshit and he does it for money. So he can line his own fucking pockets and then he gets a bunch of rubes to believe it. Like he was like, "Oh, I think I'm shutting down Timcast because I had a video card go bad at the new studio and people aren't picking up the slacker and I'm doing everything myself." And it's just like, so I think I'm going to shut down my show. He hasn't missed one show at all. He's been on like Piers Morgan twice since then. Like shit like this. He did it. Guess what? His super chats were the biggest they've been in like 5 months because he did that show. On that show alone, he did the biggest super chats he's done in like 5 or 6 months. So it's shit like that with shit grifters like him that, like, legitimately, if I ever saw him in public, I might allegedly punch him right in his fucking face because he's just a piece of shit. Like, and then in the meantime, you got people that are really like, we're going to a civil war, and they get this in their head and they think it's serious. And it's like, yo, but this guy ain't fucking actually serious. He's just a piece of shit who's shit grifting you. Oh shit, Jay, were you in the chat last night? By chance, did you watch the show and were you in the chat last night? And I'm asking for a reason because I don't think you were in here yet, but I went over this earlier that it felt like sheer hubris. Like I like ABL, I like his takes on stuff, but it felt like a cult or something last night in that chat room. Like everything felt fucked. Okay, you did, but didn't chat. Did you see some of the chat shit that was going on? I know Sheree did. And like I said, the people that come in here, so like Bina wasn't even around for it, but like Mister, you, Devin, Sheree, like Sheree was modding, so she's unfortunately stuck watching everything. Um, but like the whole thing felt off to me last night. Like I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, I said it on here because I don't hide anything from you guys, but I was like, if this shit continues this way, like that chat room, I'm not gonna watch his show anymore because I just didn't it didn't gel with me at all. Like I didn't like the way it felt. Yeah. Okay. So well, I'm glad, Jay, you know. I just want to make sure it wasn't just fucking me because some of it, like, I don't know, I felt off last night about the whole thing. Like, something about that show just, and I used the word hubris, and I think that might be the right word to use, but I'm not sure. And maybe it's just a one off. And like I said, maybe it's just everybody's hyped up because the election's there and everybody's wound up in tribal, like in tribal mode, you know, like my tribe's going to win. But I don't know. You think it's been that way for a while? I mean, what's awesome is like you're usually quiet and every now and again you'll say something, but I'm glad to see somebody else with like that was there that kind of saw the same shit I did. Like I don't need confirmation bias, but I do need to gut check myself to make sure that I'm not the one who's just, hey, maybe I saw some shit and I'm just thinking a certain way. Well, I mean, it could be new subscribers, but the thing is, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like Beans, I really wish I could tell you. Like if I could pinpoint that shit and just say this is what it is, I would tell you. Like I mean, you guys, like anybody who's watched me for since I started streaming or played video games with me, like Paul and fucking Dark, you guys know that I just run my fucking mouth. Like I don't even think about it till after it's done, and I go, shit, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. But my mouth goes, it goes. That's why Dark started laughing. It was like, game's going off. I'm enjoying this because that's how shit used to get when we played games together. I'd be like, you motherfuckers, get your asses in line. Get on them boats. Get out of the harbor. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but I think even watching, like, say you go and watch the replay of it, Beans, I don't know if you'll get the same feeling. Like, it was something with it while it was happening. And maybe it's captured after the fact and maybe it will show up on a replay, but I don't know. Like I said, it's fucked up because I want to put my finger on it and can't. But if Jay's popping in here and he's like, "Yeah, I felt that way for a minute," and he's been on there for a long ass time too, and he's like, "Yeah, it's like that for a minute," then I know it's not just me. No worries, Jay. Thank you for dropping in, man. Really do appreciate you. Yeah, there you go, Sheree. I didn't even catch what the initial racist comment was, but you did. You had because I saw Devin say it. Yo, check what you can call it's racism. And then next the thing you know, I saw one person like bye bye or whatever, and it was like a normal one of the regulars that I've seen in there. No, I appreciate you, Jay. You're awesome. Thank you. You know, please be safe at work and stay safe. Regardless of what happens, I'll be here streaming every fucking Thursday and Sunday. And thank you. I always appreciate you dropping in, even if it's for 5 minutes. You're awesome. Yeah, but like I said, I thought it was just me and I was off. Like, or something was off with me, but it didn't. It felt like everything was off. Like, like kind of like when a spark plug's going bad in a car and you know something's wrong, but you're not sure what exactly it is. And then eventually that spark plug goes all the way bad and you're like, oh shit, that's what it is. Like I feel like I'm gonna turn off the stream and go, I know exactly what the fuck it was. Yeah, no, no, it's not YouTube. That's the one thing I can say for certain. It's not like YouTube's fucking with AVLs. If anything, YouTube might be advertising him more, or pushing him to the forefront because he does political commentary all year round. So when he's doing like his live streams, it's pushing like more people are seeing that shit in their feed, and that's what's coming up. Yeah, like if you're saying he got a YouTube rep this week, Sheree, then that YouTube rep probably pushed the algorithm to advertise him more, so it would be an influx of new people. Because there were like 2,400 people watching or something like that last night. And he normally only has like on a Saturday, like maybe 2,000 at most. So there were extra people in there. But like the guy who made the racist comment and said all that shit, it was one of the people that I've definitely seen in that chat room before. And I mean, months ago before. It wasn't like, oh, they just signed up like a week ago. Like they've been there for a minute. I've noticed comments disappearing too, and not because of mods. I still don't know what the hell happened with Atomic Tabasco shit, and I'm pretty sure she has blocked me. Yeah, like I am pretty sure Atomic Tabasco blocked me and blocked Devin. And if she didn't block Devin, then she just like is ignoring the shit out of both of us. See, that's not true, Beans. On my channel, you have the ability to block people permanent. Like you legit as my mod, I gave you the privilege to annihilate people if you need to. She was on all last night, Beans, and we all fucking what you call it. Like I said hey to her like 3 times. I made like 4 or 5 jokes about the Great Reset, like all kinds of stuff. Not a fucking word back. And Devin said hi to her like 3 or 4 times herself. Yeah, see, like, and that's ABL's mistake is that he limits his mods, but he also might have filled out that box that this type of language is not tolerated. You know what I mean? That one spot that you have, like on the YouTube studio end of things, I can put in like shit, fuck, whatever. And if you type it in my chat, it won't go through. It'll immediately erase your comment for having it in there. So he might have set that up too. I don't know. It's his channel. He can do whatever the hell he likes with it. And I'm cool with that. You know, it's just my point is that if it devolves from him kind of listening to people and having conversations and all this stuff into it's a cult mentality and we all follow the cult leader, I'm the fuck out. Yeah, Sheree, that's what I'm saying. You've seen that dude a few times too. But yeah, if it like that's just me, that's just GAM. And you know, it is what it is, but I will not be a part of that kind of stuff. I can't be. Like it's just it goes against me as my morality as a person. I can't be a part of like a fucking cult like that or cult mentality or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, Beans. Like that's just it. You, if the live chat's still there, you can probably go read a bunch of it. But like Sheree said, the whole night felt like off, and like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like I kind of wish you were there for it because you would have gotten insulted a couple times. I'm gonna flat out tell you that now. There was some shit that was being said in that chat that you think like, you know, arguments with Danny would get you angry. Yeah, this shit would have pissed you off. Somebody threatened Beans? Damn, Sheree. Sheree came in with that hammer and that haymaker. Yeah, I don't think it something. I've only had one person kind of get swarmy with me, and like I know Sheree didn't block him because she just let me fucking chew him to pieces, like just go off on him. I didn't curse or anything or break any of the rules, but I definitely played in that gray area a bit. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is normally ABL is kind of more on top of that stuff, and it just felt like he wasn't paying as much of attention for some reason. Yeah, he did, and that's just it. I have seen people drop out or people he thinks are a bot or whatever. Yeah, I know. Sheree like turns a blind eye when I start going off on somebody. It's actually pretty nice. Okay. So yeah, it wasn't you, Sheree. Jay just confirmed it. I'm saying it too. Mister said it earlier. Like it felt like Colt. So it's like the regular people that have been watching that show for years are all saying this. It's not one of us, it's all of us. Felt like something wasn't right last night. Paul, you have yourself a good one, sir. Thanks for dropping in too, Rogue. I'll catch up with you. And if not, Thursdays and Sundays. That's usually when I'm on. You can even just come in for 5 minutes and say hello, you dumb shit. Call me a dumb shit. You know what I mean. I don't ever remember anybody threatening Beans, but I mean, I know it probably had to happen, Sheree. I believe it. Deuces. I mean, when it comes to Beans, like the biggest threat I would do to Beans is, hey, I'm going to 3D print and mail you a globe. Outside of that, not so much. And I wouldn't be breaking your stones about flat earth Beans if I could just, make short jokes, but you still got another week of me making no short jokes, so this will have to suffice. And hopefully, if ABL got himself a YouTube rep, he'll finally get that damn gold play button he deserves. Million subs is no joke. I can't even break 50. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, Tuesday, like I said, election night or whatever. I'll be in there. I'll be in the chat for a while, and then I'll break off. I'll do probably like an hour-long stream on Tuesday, even just to have the video up on my channel of me unboxing the new setup, going through it, and explaining everything. And you know, I'll what you call it? I'll break down, like, I'll bring in my old 3D printer because I've drained all the resin out of it and all that stuff and kind of just show a breakdown on it or whatever. but it's really just more of a distraction so that everybody can take a break. Like, hell, if you want Sheree, you can walk away from your mod duties for a minute. I'm just kidding, but what's that? Flat Earth beans? You're researching, reading books on flat Earth. Are the books round by chance? It is okay to discuss on here, but if you think I'm not going to tease you about something, you've made a mistake. You know I'm going to always tease you about something. And you're like my sister, and that's what I do. Sheree's like my sister too. I just don't tease her because she'll ban me on the other channel. Oh god damn. Yeah, now I kind of feel bad going the hell off, but I kind of don't either. Oh yeah, that's just it. So the thing with the rep is this. Here's the problem with YouTube reps from what I can gather. They tell people do this, do that, or try doing this to add more people to your channel because the whole thing is the entire time ABL is streaming, even if he has 200, 300 people watching him and they watch him through the whole show, it's driving revenue up for YouTube. It's putting more eyes on their product and what have you, and they make the bulk, the lion's share of the money. So the rep is supposed to get as many eyes on your channel as possible and help you grow your channel. Yeah, that's actually a good call out too, Beans. Um, Library of Congress does have a lot of good books. You're not wrong. Am I at 50? What'd you do? Go sub? Like, thank you if you did. Or tell your kids to go sub or some shit. Thank you. I'll take it. I'll take it. Look, I broke 50 guys. Yay, me. Told your kid to. Hey, go sub to him. Yeah, no problem. Click. There you go. Done. Thanks, Dark. Oh, man. I just. Yeah, I can't wait till this shit's over. And I know if Pennsylvania drags its feet, the only thing. Okay, so I was thinking about this and I was looking at the Electoral College. If New Jersey flips and goes red for some reason, and it's a possibility, if they can get, the whole rural vote that they normally get to vote red, and then one of the cities, Newark or Trenton, something like this, flips to red because of illegal immigration or they can't afford housing or crime or something like this. If New Jersey, for whatever reason, were to flip red, Trump would only need 5 electoral votes to make up for losing Pennsylvania, and he could just, that's it, game over. Wait, you let your grandkids listen to this, Dark? Do you know the language that comes out of my mouth? I know you'd never bet. It was a joke, Sheree. I know. I know you are. Oh, okay. I was going to say. Yeah, I know your grandkids and your children both all listen to you, Dark, like when you tell them something. But well, I got the video listed as not for kids, so I figure that protects me in a way. But considering I just called Joe Biden a old, you know, something or other, yeah, yeah, I would feel real awkward if he's like, yeah, my grandkids are listening to it now. Like, oh shit, oh god. And yeah, um, I don't know. I'm afraid this election's going to drag its fucking feet, and everybody's going to have anxiety until it's all said and done. And then when it is, nobody's going to be real happy with the result of it, one way or the other. And it's going to go like this for until probably just after Christmas, and then everything's going to start straightening itself out. What do you mean? Just I could have 15 more if I just cleaned up my act. Like what? And not not curse or any of this stuff? If I didn't like, I would be inauthentic then. Like I'm honest with everything. I think that Pennsylvania is going to come in probably about the ninth. I think whatever the results are going to get challenged, and they're going to do recounts through the entire next week. So I'm going to say final counts will all be done November 20th, unless it's such a blowout that there's no denying it. Like that whole too big to rig, right? If everything is too big to rig and like it's clear that Trump's just destroying her, and it's not going to matter even if this county comes in, like it's not going to change the electoral votes, then like from there, that's when they'll certify it. But I'm going to say otherwise, if it's a close election, like all the polls are saying and all that, it'll be November 20th. I think is going to be the end date for this election. So Trump, so the Republicans do have a big swing in early voting, right? And that's something. But the big question is this: most Republicans usually vote on election day. So if the election day vote is the same, then Trump walks away with this for the most part. I can pretty much guarantee you he wins. But if that early voting is people that normally show up on election day and it cannibalizes the election day vote, it's going to be close as hell. I think Trump is way ahead too. I think their internal polling showing Trump way ahead, but that's just my personal opinion, and I don't have actual factuals to back it up, unfortunately. Um, have I ever been polled? No, I'm a straight male. I don't like being polled. I don't think that's right. I polled a couple people, but never been polled. Not my thing. Was it a Democrat knocking, or was it a Republican? Shirai. Yep, and that what a birthday present November 20th would be for Biden. Just Trump won the election. Because then, like as old and decrepit as Biden is, if Kamala loses this election, the first thing Biden's going to do is call Obama up while doing a happy dance and going, "Told you so, told you so, told you so." See, so there you go, Dark. Like you just said, everybody you know has already voted, right? Your age has already voted. That tells me there that it might have cannibalized the election day vote. That's good though. If the Republicans are hammering away on everybody, right? That's a good thing because their big problem is their game has sucked. But ever since they got Scott Pressler, like the RNC brought him in to help with the door knocking and all that kind of shit. Like Scott Pressler's been on it. Like he really got a good turnout the couple times that he's helped, and it's about time they recognized him and moved him to like a national stage to head that stuff. Okay, so everybody you know hasn't voted. Okay, so there we go. It may be something in the age difference, stuff like that. Because I mean, you're what, like 22, right, Beans? I'm just kidding, Beans. But I thought, I'd pay you a compliment, make you feel young. Yeah, but so there you go. You've never seen so many end lines to vote, right? Here's the other problem. Between Clinton and Trump, who won the popular vote? Hillary Clinton, right? Trump can win the popular vote and lose the election. It's possible. Oh, a Dem for Sherrod Brown. Okay. That is the one thing I am seeing, though. There are a shit ton of people like lining up to vote. But then again, like I said, are they voting early and then they don't have that vote on election day? Is the question. Yeah. But you said it again. You're in a heavy red state too. So that will, your state is obviously going to go for Trump to begin with, but maybe it'll increase the popular vote. But that doesn't mean that, you flip California either. He went off kicking rocks. Oh, that poor guy. I you got to give those people a lot of credit for going and door knocking and all that. Those are people that really do believe in their politician in most cases, and it also helps that they get paid X amount of dollars per hour. See, all right. So here's the thing with the polls, and here's what bothers me about polls in general is most Republicans don't answer the phone for one when it's a number they don't know who it is, and two, if you look at when the poll was done, say it's a poll that posts today, November 4th, the poll will be from October 29th. So it's a couple days behind what the actual news cycle for the day is. Yeah, I know the Supreme Court knocked off the 1,500 or 1,600 illegal ballots, which I don't even know how the lower court judge certified it. However, Harris had a surge in Virginia too, from what I understand. Like she's picked up a lot of steam in Virginia, which makes sense because DC's right there. That's awesome. They still have you on the voter rolls. I mean, like I said, I'm going to look at this as Trump is 10 points down, and everybody that is in any kind of swing state or in a blue state that wants him to win needs to go and vote. If you're in a red state, you ain't got to worry too much. But if you're in a fucking blue state or a swing state and you think you can change this, then you need to put your vote out there. Yes, Michigan is one that they are hurting on because of unions and auto worker unions and oh god, the black male turnout is basically what's going on in Michigan. As far as any kind of ground game, I never get anything where I'm at. As a matter of fact, up until a week ago, there were no signs that were posted. And then all of a sudden, I'm out shopping or whatever with the wife, and I saw like 20 or 30 Kamala Harris signs, like up the one side of the road. And I was like, oh shit, look at this. Maybe we're going blue. And then next thing I know, about 200, 300 Trump signs all across the other side of the road, all in the center of the road, like all over the place. I was like, oh my God. The only thing that's fucked up is down here, for whatever reason, the Harris wall signs are blue with white lettering, and the Trump signs are blue with white lettering. So you're not sure which is which. New York has a chance to go purple. Them going all the way red, the only reason why New York would go all the way red is because of all the illegal immigrants. If Mayor Adams had come out and endorsed Trump, New York might have gone red, but he didn't give a full throttle endorsement. So I'm not entirely sure about that one. Um, Michigan could turn red, but it's really going to depend if how bad illegal immigration and your average uh, poor family has been hurt in this past 4 years. Like if they've been hurt really bad and haven't been subsidized right by the government, and they're watching all the illegal immigrants walk around in front of them with like $5,000 on an EBT card, yeah, they're going to feel some kind of way. So it could switch red. Yeah, peanut might help in New York. Yeah, and there you go, Sheree. That's a good way of saying it. Michigan is probable. New York is possible, but not probable. I think we'll see New York with a big uptick in Republican support because they've gotten slammed by illegal immigration, but I don't see it. It's going to be hard to flip New York. You have too many concentrate. It's too concentrated with ideological liberals, like ideological Democrats is really what I should say. Most of the ones that were moderate or could be convinced have already left and gone to Florida or South Carolina, Georgia. They've gone to southern states. They've left New York. Yo, Beans, not only the way they handled the fires, but I'm not going to lie at all. Hawaii might flip red because of Tulsi Gabbard. I'll be right back, guys. I got to pee real quick. I'm back. Yeah, I mean, look, I really like personally, I agree with I agree with Dark. I think that Trump is I think it is going to be bigger for Trump, but one of the things that makes me think it's going to be bigger than Trump or bigger for Trump this time out. I don't know if you guys ever watch like Gutfeld or know who Tyrus is. Like Tyrus is actually like he was an ex wrestler and all that stuff. He's been saying, the brothers see Harris and see like the word salads, and they're just like, we know this woman, we know this person, like we've dated girls like this and everything else, and yeah, he's like it's going to be an early night on November 5th. Trump's going to blow her out. So I mean, it's the possibilities there, but I don't know. I'm not gonna like I said. You got to believe. You just got to think Trump is 10 points down and going to lose until it's actually like over and done with, and he's won. Until I hear Kamala come out and concede, Trump Trump is behind always. Like I have a tendency to look on the dark side of things and prep for the worst case scenario. So this way, when it's not that difficult, I'm already prepared for the best case scenario. Definitely leaves you a lot less disappointed, and it also means you win. It's going to be a crazy couple fucking days though. Tomorrow's going to be insane, and then Tuesday is going to be absolutely fucking nuts. Yeah, see, and there you go, Beans. That's exactly what I'm saying. If everybody's like, if the polls came out tomorrow and they're like, he's up by 20 points, people would be like, oh, well, he already won. I don't need to go vote. So always like keep that mentality that nope, Trump's losing. He's losing, he's losing, he's losing. And if you voted, you already did your part to ensure it, especially if you guys aren't in a solid red state. Yeah, Tyrus is like, I like Tyrus. His NWA title run was pretty goddamn terrible because he's old and too big and could barely move in the ring. But he cracks me up. He's my favorite part of like the Gutfell show. I don't know about that teal on that belt. Damn it. I got to stop looking at this and overthinking it. Yeah, well, Kamala. So the whole this is part of my problem, and this is why I'm not a huge Trump guy. But I also feel that Trump needs to win because Kamala has not even a concept of a plan. She has no plan. Her plan is I'm not Trump and hate Trump and Trump is bad. That's it. She doesn't have any like, look, we're going to do this with the economy and we're going to change it. She has no plan. Yeah, I mean, that's no big shocker, Sheree. Like that's part of the problem is that Trump does have a woman problem. Like he really does. Right. She can't have a plan. Her handlers tell her what to do is exactly correct. The deep state tells her what to do. That's why you see most of Biden's cabinet is made up of people that served Obama because they tell him what to do. Well, yeah, white liberal women, and this is the problem with white liberal women is they're used to telling everybody else what to do. Like their husbands bend the knee to them because that's what a good husband does to a wife. But 90% of white liberal women really do rule the roost. You know that that terrible ad they did where the two women are in the voting booth and they like look at each other and then they both vote for Harris and they walk out and the husband's like, did you vote for the right person?" She's like, "Yes." That's bullshit. It's actually the opposite. The husband will go in there, look at the other dude and be like, and give the nod and be like, "Yeah, I just wrote in Trump even though I told my wife it was Harris." That's the truth. Yeah, but you can't go by that either, Dark. Like the only way you can go by it is when you're talking to actual people. Um, and that's one of those things. What's his name? Jimmy Fallon, I think, the one comedian that's on Fox News. He did a man on the street thing, and he showed like a 3 minute clip, and I'm gonna say it was like maybe 10 people that they showed, and out of those 10 people, all but two of them were voting for Trump. The other two were voting for Harris. And then he said after the clip ran, he was like, "We were out there for an hour and 20 minutes and got an hour and 20 minutes of tape. We only took the most interesting ones." He's like, but flat out, he said, like, we must have interviewed like 300 people. And out of those 300 people, 40 of them were like, "I'm voting for Harris." And the rest were all voting for Trump. And not just voting for Trump, they were enthusiastic about it. She's not even interviewing for any kind of job, right? The whole thing is she was installed, so therefore she just expects to have it handed to her. She doesn't need to interview. It's like the boss's nephew that walks in and is like, "Oh, you need to do an interview." Well, it's a formality. Okay, let's bullshit for an hour and a half. Like because the problem is that people aren't going to vote for Kamala Harris. They're going to vote against Trump. Nobody likes Kamala Harris. I haven't heard a person say like, "I really like her personality. She's such a great person. She did such a bang up job with this." I've heard everybody say, "Well, I can't let Trump back in the office because of democracy or some bullshit." Like there's nobody's voting for her because of her. They're voting for her because she's not Trump. Well, honestly, why is that a joke, Beans? You're absolutely correct. He's like Nancy Pelosi's nephew or something like that, or nephew-in-law. So you're actually not wrong. Right. And there you go, Dark. That's a good way of putting it too. Dems don't watch any news or anything else. They just go, "Oh, my dad voted Democrat, my granddad voted Democrat, I'm voting Democrat." They don't pay attention to the shit. They just, "Well, no, I just vote Democrat every time." Well, yeah, and you know, so that's the problem, Beans, is that you're right about TDS, but it's not even just TDS. It's also because Trump is a cult of personality. he speaks in a very brash and very off-putting way to some people. And whenever you got somebody who's like that, that is that cold of personality, you may enjoy what they're saying, you may not, or you're not going to enjoy what he's saying. You're going to form an opinion one way or the other, and not like everybody. It's very rare you're going to find somebody who's like, yeah, I think Trump's okay. Most of them are like, I love Donald Trump or I fucking hate Donald Trump. You don't find that in between, really. Every now and again, I'd say 1 out of every 10 people is kind of, he's all right. But, it really is going to be about turnout. It really is. My thing is, I don't know why women would only vote for the woman because she's a woman, or, black women are going to vote for a black woman or whatever. I don't understand that whole thing because what I would think every woman would look at is how much money they have in their bank account after they go fucking grocery shopping. Or because I know as a dude, every time I go grocery shopping, I'm looking at how much shit costs. I'm looking at the bank account. I'm looking at, like, what the fuck? She must live in like Columbia, huh? Like Columbia, South Carolina, Beans. I think I'm gonna go like 5 more minutes, get to 1:30, and then call this a night, guys. But like I said, I'll pop on Tuesday for like an hour or two, or if all of a sudden I pop on and everybody jumps in and is just like, hey, what's going on? Then maybe I'll paint something. Otherwise, it's just going to be a breakdown of 3D printers and a break from all the election coverage. Yep, North Charleston would make sense too. And yeah, South Carolina is a bright red state. Like South Carolina is so red it gives gives Rudolph's red nose a run for its money. Well, you know what? That's because they're tired of being pissed on and told it's raining, Sheree. Every Democrat promises, African American people or minority people, with the exception of Asians, something every election go around. We're going to do this for you. We're going to do that for you. We're going to do this for you. And they're starting to realize that they're not doing anything for them. If anything, their lives are getting worse or staying the same. And there's got to come a point in time where they realize, like, well, shit, when Donald Trump was in office, he did this, this, and that. Maybe if I switch up my vote and go with him, my life will go back to that. And you can't blame them. But, you got to also look at the shit that Republicans really have done for any kind of community, any minority community, which is not much. Trump's like the only one. So I can understand why they would feel some kind of way to begin with, but knowing that Trump did something when he was in office, it probably changed their minds a little bit. Yeah. Well, Obama, Obama in his second term, his second campaign divided a lot of people along racial lines, unfortunately. He should have been the one to unify everybody. in that category at least. But that was the biggest division I've ever seen between black, white, what have you, was when Obama ran his second campaign. It was basically if you didn't vote for him, then you are the in fact the racist. But like I said, I don't see all Democrats as evil. I see I see a lot of it being coming down to Trump's cult of personality. I see another chunk of it coming down to media coverage and the way they portray him and some of the stuff they say where they just flat out lie. And some stuff Trump brings on himself, like the whole eating the cats, eating the dogs. There's actually a guy who has a YouTube channel called Backyard Garage. I think that's what it's called. And he lives in Springfield, Ohio, and he's made a couple videos regarding it. And they're eye opening. But he's like, yeah, they eat the ducks and geese out of the pond, but I've never seen or heard of them eating cats and dogs. But when Trump says shit like that, yes, we can say he made us pay attention to Springfield, Ohio. However, what he said is technically wrong. So it's off putting. Not dogs. Haitians do eat cats and dogs, but only when they were in Haiti. Now, they might do it now, but I don't have evidence of it, so I can't confirm it. Like, not in America or when they're over in America. But I know down south, like when they're in Haiti, that was a different story. They're all starving to death, and they used to call them rooftop rabbits, is what they would call them, and they would eat the cats. Correct, Beans. Yeah, you've picked up a gamism. It's never all. You can't say all of anybody because it comes down to individuality. You can't say all of, all black, all white, all Muslim, all Christian, all you can't say all ever. The gods give them the power. They do the voodoo.
Shit, man, I just got back from voting for Trump. What you gonna do about it, motherfucker?
Yeah, I it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. It's hopefully going to play out where Trump wins. That's where I'm at with it because I like his policies and I actually like if not Trump, the dream team that's with him of RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk. Like those are the people that I see that can actually transform our country and make it better. Yeah, I know Beans, but it's always been my point too, and that's always the point I try to point out. And some people just don't get it through their thick skulls when I'm saying to them, it's not all. They keep going with different rhetoric that is not always in a good way. And I try to correct that, but I can only do so much. People have to be able to think on their own. Yeah, Beans. ABL streaming. Crowder is streaming until the election is completely done. I'm sure Tim Pool will be streaming. I don't know if the young. I'm sure the Young Turks will be streaming. PBD. Patrick Bet David will be streaming. There's going to be a lot of streams going on election day. And like I said, I'm going to fire up my stream for about an hour, right around probably 8 o'clock, um, and just unbox my printers, all that stuff, and show them off, and it kind of break down the parts on them. One, to have the video, and two, to give people a palate cleanser to see, like just I need a break from this shit. I'm starting to get anxiety because I know there's going to be certain people out there that are going to have major anxiety, and I want to kind of give them a palate cleanser or a brain break from all the bullshit. America, fuck yeah. But I think I'm going to wrap it, guys. I think we'll call this a night. This little man's done. His swords came out all right. I'm not a big fan of the kimono or the obi. You can see the shading in it, but not really in this light. Like you can kind of see it. I'm not sure if I really like that belt all that much, but it works. The wings probably came out the best out of everything on this. The wings, the sword. I got the eyes in there. I will catch you guys Tuesday for a special impromptu take a break from the bullshit stream, and then I'll be back normal Thursday, 8 o'clock or whatever. I don't even know what the hell I'm going to paint, but I'll paint something. It'll be fun. We'll talk shit and hang out and laugh. You're welcome, Beans, but no need to thank me. Thank all of you actually for just watching me and, interacting and having fun and chilling and throwing your thoughts in and, you know, sharing stories, talking facts and opinions and everything else. Like, I appreciate every one of you. Forces me to paint for one, and for two, I have a good time doing this. Everybody, get some rest. Don't worry, everything's going to work out exactly the way the universe says it's supposed to. And I'll catch you Tuesday or Thursday. If you don't make it Tuesday, not a big deal. If you make it Thursday, I hope to see you then. And everybody have a good night. Try and enjoy work and have a good week. And remember, until next time, guys, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.